So good morning, everybody. My name is Paula Conley. I'm the president of CONECT. I'm also a customs attorney with Sandler, Travis, and Rosenberg. And I want to welcome everyone to the CONECT TNT. We are very fortunate that we have spectacular weather. I don't think we could ask for better weather, except for the fact that we're sitting in a room with no windows all day. But other than that, it's great. So I do want to also mention that we have a fabulous lineup of speakers and programs. This is probably one of the best I've seen in a couple of years. So very excited to see we have such a great turnout here. And we started yesterday. So I know a lot of people were here yesterday. We had a great turnout yesterday for the CBP Trade Day. And I want to thank Bill Ferreira and Ania Fuller for putting that program together. For those that were not there, it was fantastic. We had representatives from CBP, Fish and Wildlife, Food and Drug, and USDA. And they spoke about what was going on in their fields, and there were a lot of questions. So it was a great way to start the program. And then, of course, we had Peter Friedmann's Off the Record. For those of you who may have missed it, maybe you can touch base with Peter and he can fill you in on some of the hot topics we discussed. And then we had a beautiful reception in the courtyard, which hopefully we will also be having tonight before dinner. So I don't want to spend too much time, but I do want to just mention a few housekeeping notes before we get started. First of all, most importantly, please support our Chafee Scholarship by buying the red tickets. The red tickets are being sold over in the corner. Kevin's got some. People will be walking around. And Carrie, you have some too. So all of those proceeds go to our Chafee Scholarships for college students. So please, they'll be selling them all day. We also have, oh, go ahead, Kev. Yeah, perfect. So you can't use I don't have any cash excuse. We also have blue tickets. So the blue tickets are being given out by our sponsors. So the blue tickets are great because that is a drawing that will take place tomorrow at the end of the day. And it's a great gift. I think there's information on the table about that, but it's 2 nights here at the hotel, dinner, and a few other things. So that's tomorrow. And then we'll do the raffle prizes at the end of the day today. And you have to be present to win. So just a couple of things before we bring on our first speakers. I do just want to say a thank you to all of our sponsors who support us through the year for all of our programs. We would not be able to put this event together without you. I also want to just give a big shout out to the office staff, and that would be Susan Beland and Ursula Wasowitz, and also Alexia Obar. It takes hours and hours to put this program together, and they did a remarkable job. So a big shout out to them. And I also would like to recognize the CONECT board members, the board of directors. Again, same thing. People volunteer their time and put a lot of time and effort into putting this program and all of our programs together. So a big thank you to them. And also, of course, to all of you, our members. We're here for you. We appreciate your support and your feedback on our program. So with that, I'm going to kind of wrap up, and I'm going to invite Peter Friedmann to come up and introduce our first speaker. Everyone have a great day.
One correction to start, Paula. Yesterday's was off the record. I'm not repeating anything. You're either there or you missed it. Best is if you don't even remember what we talked about, but it was entertaining. So great. And it was a good crowd yesterday. So that was great to see. So what we have here today is somebody who could be just about in any conference in the world. You could have the biggest hedge funds in the world, some of whom she represents, and you could have trade associations anywhere in the world, and they would be thrilled to have as their keynote speaker, Amy Celico. Amy is our speaker this morning. What is the big issue that we talked about yesterday and what everybody's talking about? China, US-China relations and so forth. And she is, I would say, a preeminent expert, but I would say in many places around the world, she is the preeminent expert in the US-China relations. And that's what she's devoted her actual career to. She is a native of Rhode Island and she's traveled far. She speaks fluently Mandarin because she spent many, many years in China with the US Embassy, the US Consul there. She was the director of US-China relations at the US Trade Representative, which does our trade work. She's been working under the Bush and the Obama administrations. She was not only at the embassy over there, but she was here at our US State Department. She was in Shanghai. And she spends her time now and has been, she's a principal of Albright Stonebridge Group, which is a part of the Denton's Global Advisors. And Albright, you'll know, is Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. That's a group that's sort of, I would use that word again, preeminent when it comes to international trade, policy, guidance, and counsel. So with that, Amy, I couldn't say any more. If there was more to say, I would say it because you're the one who deserves it. You are the preeminent expert, and we are fortunate that you came back to Rhode Island to be with us this morning. I'm a big fan.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you, Peter. That introduction was much too generous, I can assure you. I introduce myself much more succinctly as a one-trick pony for the last 35 years. I've just been focused on China. And so, as Peter mentioned, with the US government focusing on US-China economic relations, including our trade relationship with China, and for the past 15 years working in the private sector, advising companies on their presence in China, the importance of China to their global operations. And I'm thrilled to be back in my home state with you all this morning. Because, as Peter mentioned, I do spend all of my time speaking with clients and non-clients about this one issue, this issue being the China market. And for many years in the government and outside of government, for companies who wanted to trade with China, of course, the primary issue was, is the market open? Are the rules fair? Am I going to be treated the same way that Chinese companies are treated in the market? Those kinds of issues around intellectual property protection, forced technology transfer, the size of the market for different industries. That was kind of what we navigated with our clients. Today, US-China relations, if you ask American companies based in China, the American Chamber of Commerce, for the last 4 years, consistently when asked, what is the biggest challenge for your business presence in China as an American company, the US-China relationship has been the #1 issue. Because, and I'm not spreading any new news this morning, of course, this relationship is in the worst shape it's been in my professional career working on China, which spans back to the late 1980s. And so that's saying something. The US-China relationship has been through a lot of ups and downs, particularly since China joined the World Trade Organization. I was working at our consulate in Shanghai in 2001 when China joined the WTO, which opened up so many opportunities for American companies and for Chinese companies on the global stage. And when I was at State Department, then Commerce Department, then the Office of the US Trade Representative. It was all about how do we ensure that China is getting integrated into the global rules-based trading system. But that work to integrate China has slowed in many ways over the past decade. And there are a number of reasons for it. Let me start in Beijing before I talk about the US. And I just do want to stress for American companies who are in China, when asked about the challenges to continuing in China, they don't just talk about the issues of working in the China market on the ground. They talk about the influence of policy made in Washington, in Brussels, in Tokyo, that are also impacting their ability to continue to operate in China. And before I start talking about why I think these policies are adversely impacting business, I'll just say, I was looking at the American Chamber of Commerce. They do an annual survey of the mood for American companies in China. And the summary statement was, how are American companies feeling? Exhausted, challenged, but committed to the China market. And so I do think, I don't want to be, Debbie Downer up here and just talk about the negative. Our trading relationship with China reached almost $700 billion last year. This, I don't need to be telling this audience how important the China market remains as a destination for American imports, as well as a source of a U.S. Of exports from China to the U.S. market. And so let me talk about Beijing for a couple minutes, and then we'll bring it back to what's happening where I live, which is Washington, D.C., the belly of the beast. So starting off in China, I think one of the fundamental shifts since I left the government, and I left the government at the end of the Bush administration from USTR, was, the Chinese government was gearing up to change leaders. And that leadership change happened during the Obama administration, which I wasn't in the government then, I was with the Clinton and Bush administrations. And while I was in the private sector, a guy by the name of Xi Jinping, may have heard of him, became president of China, and that was 10 years ago. In the traditional Communist Party system, you serve 2 5-year terms, both as head of the Communist Party and head of state. A couple years ago, that guy named Xi Jinping, 7 years in, decided to abolish term limits so that for the president and vice president. And last October, he started an unprecedented 3rd term as head of China's Communist Party. Like Peter, oops, off the record, sorry. One thing I think I'm not releasing any state secrets that was mentioned yesterday by Peter was how frequently American government officials refer to the Chinese Communist Party government. The US government is very fixated on the ideological differences between the US and China right now. And yes, indeed, Xi Jinping's most important job isn't as head of state. It's as head of the 90+ million person Communist Party of China. The Communist Party of China runs China. Xi Jinping is at the top of that pyramid. And he started his unprecedented 3rd term in office last October. Just last month, China finished its leadership transition by reinstating Xi Jinping as head of state and ushering in a new cabinet. And so we have a lot of new people running China. A lot of them happen to be very close proteges and allies of Xi Jinping. He has consolidated power in a way that has been truly remarkable for those of us who do watch China day in and day out. But I think most relevant for all of us in this room is he has certainly said many, many times now that integrating into the global rules-based system isn't his MO. His MO is promoting a Chinese style of development that might mean the global rules-based system needs to change to accommodate the second largest economy in the world. And that is a challenge for the United States. But Xi Jinping just doesn't talk about this. He has been acting in ways that have raised national security concerns for the US government and others, and also has raised commercial concerns for the US government and others. And so over the past 10 years, and what was just kind of reinvigorated in these meetings that happened last month, was China's continued focus on economic growth. China had, a pretty good growth forecast for this year of over 5% after last year, which was the lowest GDP growth number since the 1970s, except for the first year of COVID. So it was a dramatically horrible year. Again, something I don't really feel I need to tell this audience. A terrible year for the Chinese economy, in part because one of Xi Jinping's signature policies was not to follow the rest of the world in dealing with the global pandemic, but instead to focus on locking down the country to prevent the spread of COVID, instead of focusing on vaccination of the population. That led to a dramatic slowing of the economy. And when Xi Jinping got his third term in office finalized in October, then he immediately started talking about lifting those COVID restrictions. Those COVID restrictions that, again, to the American companies that I serve in the China market have been devastating, of course, for any manufacturing in China, but also for consumer confidence, for confidence among investors in continuing to grow in the China market. And so when I, just in summary, think about why are the US and China, the world's largest and second largest economies, at odds with one another, one of the fundamental reasons, I think, is that this guy, Xi Jinping, is very different from his predecessors who saw China's integration into the global rules-based system as good for China, where Xi Jinping says China doesn't just need to take the world's rules, we should be shaping them, and we should be shaping them in ways that are good for China. And that is a challenge for Washington, D.C. So let me just quickly turn to Washington. I'd love for this just to be a conversation because there are so many topics I'd love to touch upon: Taiwan, the war in Ukraine, and China's very close relationship with Russia, the global pandemic, and then, of course, how are companies navigating increasingly difficult issues of working with China, the concern over retaliation, taking of executives, arresting them on espionage charges, investigating American companies on the ground in China. There are a lot of challenges. But before I do that, I'd like to talk about why there are all of these challenges for American companies on the ground. Because in China's view, in Beijing's view, the US is set on constraining China's ability to continue to grow and become a global power and compete with the United States on an equal footing. And so why do they think that? Well, 5 years ago, we did start a trade war that made it more expensive, of course, for Chinese products to come into the United States. Didn't stop those trade flows, as we all know, but certainly did make companies think about whether they needed to diversify out of China to try to avoid those tariffs. In addition to that, the Biden administration not only has continued those tariffs, they've also been very, very focused on putting restrictions of especially US technology products, but also investment going from the United States to China that could aid China's military development and thus be a national security concern for the US government. When you read, and I don't recommend it unless you're having trouble sleeping, when you read the US government's national security strategy that the Biden administration released last fall, Of course, they talk about Russia as the #1 security challenge that we face right now, an aggressive Russia invading a neighbor. But very close to that concern is the long-term threat that the US government feels is posed by a rising China that is more aggressive and assertive and is turning its back on the global rules-based system. And so the Biden administration's policies in order to deal with that is putting in place restrictions on trade and investment flows. Congress, obviously an independent body of government in Washington, has been, of course, at loggerheads, at odds on almost every and any issue on partisan lines, except for China. It is one of the few issues where there is bipartisan consensus that US policy needs to be more aggressive towards protecting American interests and constraining Chinese behavior that undermines the rules-based system. Just this past week, we of course saw the Select Committee on China, a new committee formed by the House of Representatives, take their show on the road and go to California for hearings to meet with American businesses, to also meet with the president of Taiwan, who was transiting Southern California. And that committee talked very much about the role of US business in supporting the US government and not allowing China to have access to technology or platforms of soft power that could be used against the United States. TikTok, anybody? This is an issue that is being really fought out on Capitol Hill with the support of the Biden administration, to put in place some kind of restriction on a Chinese-owned social media application where American user data could potentially go back to Beijing, and the information that Americans see on TikTok could be manipulated by Beijing. Those are the concerns. And the CEO of TikTok, a Singaporean, not a Chinese citizen, spent 5.5 hours earlier this month trying to defend what its company has done, spent more than $1 billion putting in place firewalls in the United States to localize information so that that data transfer couldn't happen to go back to Beijing. But members of Congress for 5.5 hours asked him, can you guarantee that Beijing won't be able to get access to this user data or try to manipulate the information Americans see? And he couldn't prove a negative. He couldn't say it can't happen. And so this is an issue that the administration, that Congress continues to be concerned about, again, under the overarching rubric of China maligning American national security interests. So where do we go from here? This is a relationship, like I said a minute ago, that hasn't been this contentious since before President Nixon went to China in the early 1970s and said, hey, we're enemies and we need to work together. We have one common enemy, the Soviet Union, let's get together. The US and China doesn't have that right now. We don't have some kind of issue to bind us. We have a lot of issues where US-China cooperation is required to deal with climate change, nuclear proliferation, global health pandemics. These are all issues where the US and China should be cooperating, but instead, again, in Beijing and in Washington, there is just a sense that rather than cooperating, we have to continue to compete. And so what does that mean for us sitting around here? Well, what it probably means is we are going to continue to see a kind of selective decoupling of the US-China trade relationship. Now, again, I keep coming back to a statistic, but I think it's kind of important. Even with all of this political rhetoric happening and all of these concerns about China supporting Russia with the war in Ukraine, China's activity in Taiwan, that certainly does look like Beijing is preparing to potentially take Taiwan back by force. I don't think that is in Beijing's short-term interests or strategy. But given all of the tensions between the US and China, the real fear is what happens in the event of an accident. It could spiral into some kind of conflict. What does it mean for us? It means that selective decoupling is going to mean that all of us who have interests in China, who want to continue to have China as part of our global business operations, have to manage Beijing, make sure we're not the target of retaliation in the event of some kind of US-China disagreement. How does Beijing react? Typically, they punish a company, right? They don't have that many tools. And so right now, they just launched an investigation into an American semiconductor company, certainly in retaliation for the export controls that the US put on American companies sending semiconductor technology to China. And so we want to make sure we're not that we as American companies have an interest in the China market that China sees as a positive. And the exact same thing has to be done in Washington. You need to talk about whether, why, how your business does not intersect with national security concerns, and so should be allowed to continue. If you can't meet that bar, yes, this selective decoupling does mean that more companies are thinking about diversification rather than decoupling. I hear that a lot. De-risking, not decoupling, by diversifying their global supply chains. Certainly that's going to continue. But when we think about the size of the consumer market in China, of course, the size of the supply chain market for sourcing, for global sales, the China market is going to remain very, very important. But I think there are stakeholders in Beijing who are going to say, is there a European version of this American company? Likely that company will get more favor. President Macron of France was just in Beijing, brought a very large business delegation with him, signed a lot of contracts for the Chinese government to demonstrate we're open. Post-COVID pandemic, we are back open. We are welcoming foreign investment. We need foreign investment to meet the 5% growth target that we have set for ourselves. But maybe when they're looking at foreign investors, they are going to be more wary of American investors. And so again, the challenge is you can't just keep your head down. You have to be working at demonstrating to stakeholders in Washington and to stakeholders in Beijing why this almost $700 billion trade relationship is good for the US and good for China. Even if it's not going to be the same relationship that we had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago with China, it is going to continue to be an incredibly important one. That's hard work. Nobody wants to hear it in Washington or Beijing, sticking up for the very important interests of American business in continuing to have access to the China market and continuing to sell and buy from China. But that's the work that we have to do in order to maintain competitive and in order to continue to focus on not just national security, but economic security of our country here. These issues are going to be with us for many years. I hope I'm going to come back and talk to you about them in the future as well. But I do want to say, even as they get increasingly difficult, I do think, and we heard this yesterday with the pendulum swinging way out of whack and towards enforcement and away from trade facilitation, that's happening with the US-China relationship too. It's way out of whack right now, wholly focused on national security considerations, really not focused on commercial interests, which are also core to US national security. I think that pendulum is going to swing back to the center in some ways. It'll probably never go back to the US and China have a constructive partnership, but I think it will swing back to the center as we all see the need to continue to have China as part of our global corporate footprint in different industries. Won't be the same as it was. It will continue to be important. We need to raise our voice in order to support that. Let me stop there and hopefully take some questions about Taiwan and other interesting issues. It's great to be with you and thank you. Yes.
So going back and talking about President Xi, do you think that the COVID restrictions were really a health concern or a political control concern?
So it's a great question. I do think it was very political. And when I say political, not even control, I do think President Xi has a very strong interest in being different from the United States. As you probably know, the Chinese still don't allow mRNA vaccines from the US to be used in China, and vaccines that would have allowed them not to have to lock down. But instead, he wanted to take a different path. And when they lifted the COVID restrictions, which for Chinese people, it was, a serious case of whiplash. 1 minute, COVID is so scary, you can't leave your apartment for weeks at a time. The next minute, you don't even need a mask, just go out there. I think it was very political, but he needed to be able to show that there was victory, that China had defeated COVID differently. They stopped taking death toll counts, and so we'll never know how many people died from COVID after the release of the COVID restrictions. So yes, it was absolutely not economic, and there's a lot of chatter about whether and how his advisors, this new team, which all really are his allies, if any of them were able to say, this is really killing the economy. We can't afford it for political reasons, for social stability reasons. But I do think the lockdown, it was more to set China apart from the way that the United States dealt with COVID. China is very proud that its death toll, because we don't know what the death toll is much lower than the US death toll. And Chinese propaganda, I'm somebody who's been going to China since I was, 18 years old. And I haven't been away from China for this period of time since I was a teenager. I haven't been to China since COVID. And I'll go next month, but I haven't been able to go. China's been shut down and they've just reopened the borders to allow visitors. But during that time that I've been away, what I know from my Chinese colleagues and friends is the propaganda has really been on overdrive, talking about the mistakes that the US government makes, not just vis-a-vis China, but on things like COVID. And so I think Xi Jinping very much wanted those lockdowns to be in place to try to protect Chinese people and try to combat the pandemic in a different way from the US. And one thing is for sure, in an environment that is more repressive, there's definitely less ability to talk freely in China now under Xi Jinping. It was a victory. He declared victory, they won. Now we're in a post-pandemic era, still without the population being well vaccinated to fight it. Yes, sir.
Are there any people inside the new regime who you would consider to be, say, commercial moderates who have, I noticed that in some of the appointments, there were some people who had historically had more commercial reach than others?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that I can assure you my clients talk about a lot, because a lot of the work I do is helping my clients meet with Chinese government officials. And so now the question since March has been, okay, who do we target? Because now there is a whole new slate. But what was interesting is the Chinese government just announced a big government restructuring. You know, they created a new data agency, they overhauled the financial services infrastructure. The Communist Party took more control over some government functions, but some of the government ministers weren't changed. And so we're waiting to see that, like the financial regulators. But as far as the new premier, so that's the number 2, he was the party secretary of Shanghai. And before that, he worked in Zhejiang province, which is one of the most open provinces in China. So you're absolutely right. This guy, Li Qiang, has real experience dealing with companies. What is unprecedented about this guy is he'd never had a job in Beijing before. And now he's all of a sudden the second most powerful person in the country and running the government, the state council. And so Xi Jinping has been willing to take risks on people like him, who has worked with Xi Jinping himself, has worked in these provinces. The fact that he absolutely interacted with business, we hope is going to be a positive thing. The new vice premier for international trade is a former government official, He Lifeng. His surname is He. He was the head of the State Planning Commission, the National Development and Reform Commission, before taking this job. So Secretary Albright and I met him on my last trip to China, when he was in that last job. And both Li Qiang and He Lifeng, these two very important people, premier, vice premier, were just out at these international conferences that China just hosted, the China Development Forum and the Boao Forum for Asia, which have been virtual for the past 3 years. So this was the first time that China opened the gates and allowed people to come in. And a lot of executives were nervous about traveling to China right now. Is it safe? Could there be any kind of retaliation? Li Qiang and He Lifeng featured very prominently in these meetings to try to reassure foreign investors that China is open and reassure them that they're focused on the economy, and because that's their job, these two guys. So these two guys, I mean, it's you don't talk about reformers anymore in China. Nobody is a reformer, but these two men have experience working with key parts of the Chinese economy. And so I don't know, lemons, lemonade, you know, we have to deal with these officials hoping that indeed their sophistication working in major parts of the Chinese economy is going to be helpful to us as we interact with them.
In the past, there's always been these export drives that always, we have a downturn. Our GDP isn't moving the way we want it to. Let's find somebody in Shanghai, somebody in Guangzhou. So they had these huge export drives over. Now, a lot of that's moderated, but do you see any possibility of exports now becoming or going back to being a flavor that they might go to?
A driver?
Yeah.
I think what's very interesting is the Chinese government feels very vulnerable to its reliance on exports. You know, when the US can put in place sanctions or export controls or investment restrictions, we're about to introduce, the US government, an outbound investment mechanism. It's still not issued yet, although I think it's coming out this month, so we don't know what it's going to be yet. But those kinds of restrictions that foreign governments can put that are going to impact China's ability to be this export-driven economy are vulnerabilities Xi Jinping does not want to continue to have to withstand. And so there is more of a focus on consumption-based growth. And what they're socializing in China is these years of 8% growth, 9% growth, even 5% growth aren't going to be the norm going forward. What the Chinese government talks about is stable growth. And so we anticipate it's gonna, this year will likely be a good year. The World Bank thinks over 5, IMF thinks over 5% this year for growth in China, but then it'll stabilize to around 3%. And a large part of that is getting the consumers out there and buying again. Consumers and investors in China, this isn't just foreign investors, these people who are locked in their apartments for 3 years, they are worried about what the environment is. A government that can turn on a dime like that and make non-economic based decisions is a worry for consumers within China and the private sector within China, which has faced these investigations and breakups of the largest Chinese companies that we know. And so that says to me the Chinese government is going to be more comfortable with a domestic focused, absolutely consumption-led growth model. And again, that's why they want to continue to welcome foreign investment. It's not necessarily to be the manufacturer for the world, although China obviously will continue to have a lot of that. It is more to stimulate domestic consumption-based growth. That's what they're betting on. Is it going to be enough? Hard to say. Yes.
So, you had talked a little bit about Russia being the bad guy a while ago, and question is, is it China now? And if you look at what's happening, as you said, Macron was just in China, and he made a deal to build Airbuses there.
Right.
And I read earlier this morning that the president of Brazil is on his way to China.
This week.
So since there's no kind of NATO thing or no group that's trying to protect, let's say, the democracies of the world, I don't mean this as a political question, like there is NATO, is what we're doing putting ourselves on an island versus everybody else?
Yeah, I think when I've been looking at the Biden administration's first 2 years, and I'm not going to respond in a political way, they haven't, when all I do is focus on China, one trick pony, and I've been waiting for the Biden administration to come up with a China policy, and I had to wait a long time. It did get released last spring, but I had to wait a long, long time. And a lot of what it was, the China policy strategy of the Biden administration, is talk about China with others, build coalitions with like-minded partners on issues of common concern about China and about the competitive threat that emanates from China's behavior. And that isn't the same as talking to the Chinese, resolving issues with the Chinese. And part of that, the reason I think why the Biden administration is so focused on talking about China and maybe not talking to China is because of what you said. The Chinese government is very aggressively trying to court partners all over the world, in Africa and Latin America, of course, but even in Europe, in Brazil, the list goes on. The German chancellor has already been to Beijing. He went last December, also with a business delegation. And so the US government recognizes that this competition between the US and China isn't neat, like you're saying about an alliance-based system. There are interests there are interests that overlap among different countries being concerned about China, and there are areas where our interests don't overlap. And Macron's getting a lot of heat for his comments in China, that he wasn't representing Europe. He was representing France's view. And so I think that's important to clarify. A lot of Europeans are pretty sore with him on the things he said about Taiwan, the things he said about not following the United States. But every country has its own interests vis-a-vis China. And what I hear when I travel in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Europe, don't make us choose. We're saying that to Beijing, and we're saying that to the US government. Don't make us choose between the United States and China. Most countries want to have a relationship with both. And there are areas where interests, like I said a minute ago, overlap, and there are areas where they don't. And that's difficult for Beijing, and it's difficult for Washington, D.C. But I do think that's the issue, that the US government is very cognizant of what you just said, that not, countries don't want to wholly align with the US. But there are a lot of areas where we are in alignment about the concerns about China. And so, Blinken's, the Secretary of State Blinken's China strategy is invest, align, compete. Invest in the United States to compete with China. Align with partners in areas where we disagree with China so that we can more effectively combat that, and compete with China head on. That's our China strategy. And it has widespread bipartisan support in Washington. Like I was saying a minute ago, I think the pendulum has really swung pretty far to one area. But yes, there was just a Gallup poll that was released a couple weeks ago. And if you look at Americans questioned, it was interesting. It did fall on political lines. A majority of Republicans see China as the #1 threat facing the United States, and China as #2. A majority of Democrats see Russia as the #1 challenge, China as #2. Independents see Russia as the #1 challenge to the United States, China a very, very close second. And so these are views that, we all have to contend with regardless of our political affiliation. Where do we see our near-term threats, our long-term interests? And you can't just talk about a Cold War with China in the same way we talked about the Soviet Union. There was not a $700 billion trade relationship between the US and the Soviet Union. But these issues of choosing between the US and China are ones that every foreign country talks about. Yes.
Amy. Good morning, Amy. How are you? My name's William. I'm from DeMarco Express. And I just wanted to ask the question about China +1, the new strategy where a lot of companies are moving their factories and manufacturing outside of China, and what China is doing to combat that, and what their mindset is on that strategy.
Yeah, it's such an interesting question. Like I was saying a moment ago, my clients talk about diversification, not decoupling from China, and so this +1 strategy is a really important component of that. A lot of my clients aren't just going to Vietnam and Malaysia; they're going to Mexico, they're going to Eastern Europe. I mean, you all know this better than I do, but there are a lot of hubs for movement outside of China in order to increase supply chain resilience. And that's when my clients are speaking directly with Chinese interlocutors, that's what they talk about. They don't talk about leaving the China market. They talk about the need to have resilience in their supply chains. And so augmenting outside of China. Because I think, as your question implies, it's a difficult message to deliver to Beijing that you're going to switch, you're going to change your footprint. When you ask the American Chamber of Commerce folks who were polled just this spring, there are about 25% who say that they're diversifying away from China, but they don't call it that. They talk about China +1. So it's not a majority yet, but I do think it's a growing minority of companies who see a need to reinforce supply chain resilience by having redundancies in the system that we all know were too expensive in the past. We didn't want to have those redundancies. And so, yes, my clients talk about that. I just have a CEO going to Beijing week after next, and we've been talking about the messaging we're going to employ with government officials in Beijing, and it is important to be forthright and straightforward and talk about the value of a global supply chain and the inability to just have all of your supply chain in China any longer, or any one market, as my clients would say. And again, in part, and I know there's going to be a whole session on this today, the client I'm talking about is in the fashion industry, and so is dealing with the Weaker Forced Labor Prevention Act, restrictions on their ability to source in China. And so I do think it's more important than ever that you plan out what is your strategy in the event of some of these risks we're talking about being realized. And so with my clients, it's not just China plus one, it's what happens if China provides Russia with material aid that will be used to wage the war in Ukraine. There are definitely going to be sanctions put on the Chinese companies. China will likely retaliate with either using its anti-foreign sanctions law or just discriminating against companies that comply with US sanctions. And so you need to have this China plus one more than ever, I would say. So the Chinese government, it acknowledges it. I was talking with the Chinese ambassador last year about this issue around Xinjiang cotton. And he said, well, why don't you just manufacture, you CEO of a major fashion industry leader, why don't you just manufacture in China for the clothes that you're going to sell in China? And he said, because that's not how the industry works. You know, we don't make clothes for one market. And so there is an education process that's going on. And again, to the last question, where even Chinese companies are doing that. Even Chinese companies are diversifying outside of China because of the tariffs, because of risks to supply chain resiliency. And so I don't think that's an area where companies are particularly vulnerable unless there's some kind of national security nexus around it, like this semiconductor company Micron is now facing. So I do think we're going to see more and more of that. Yes, sir.
When the Section 301 duties were put in place, it was supposedly put in place because of intellectual property concerns, theft of intellectual property, requiring companies to sign over intellectual property and so on. Do you see any change as a result of that? I mean, I saw that China retaliated and started putting sanctions on U.S. goods going into China. So curious to see your reaction to that.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, I don't think it's political, but I'll just say I think tariffs were not the right idea to pressure China because it wasn't going to be effective, and it hasn't been effective. And China has put in place tariffs on my clients' exports to China, and yet we're still trading. You know, I mean, it's been an incredible thing when you talk about sort of diversification needs. Companies dealt with a lot of stuff before they started to talk about China plus one. They dealt with the trade war, they dealt with the global pandemic, they dealt with the war in Ukraine. But when Shanghai locked down, I think a lot of companies said, all right, wait a minute. If we can't trust the Chinese government to make commercial decisions about its economy, we really do need to think about a plus one strategy. I don't think it was because of the effectiveness of 301 tariffs that companies said, hey, we don't want to be involved with that. The effectiveness of the tariffs in improving the landscape for intellectual property protection in China, I think that landscape has been getting better, and I don't want to sugarcoat how hard it still can be in China, but I do think that landscape has been getting better because China needs better protection of intellectual property in order to build the innovative economy that they're very focused on trying to build. They have to protect the intellectual property of Chinese companies as well as the foreign investors that they still need in the market. It's still a big problem. I think shining a spotlight on things like forced technology transfer in order to be in the market was a positive thing that not just Washington did, the Europeans also did. This comprehensive investment agreement, EU-China free trade agreement, has been on hold for a lot of reasons. But one of them was there weren't good enough guarantees to protect European companies' interests in the China market. And so it's a challenging issue. I think that issue in particular has been getting better, but I wouldn't give tariffs the credit for improving the environment for IP. Yes, hi.
I've got two questions, one kind of general and one specific to my business. I'm in the beverage alcohol business. And first question on the general side, what do you see as the end game for Taiwan if you look out 10 years? Obviously, we just had a bit of a firestorm over that. So that's question number one, just to get a perspective on that. And question two, on the opening up of China and travel starting again, restaurants opening, people actually being able to go. We've actually been hiring extra people in Beijing, Shanghai, and Hong Kong with the hope that the wine and spirits exports will start to pick up again. Obviously, the other question on is in regards to the gifting in China. That used to be a huge part of our business, and the gifts of high-end cognacs and spirits and whatnot, and really the crackdown on corruption shut that down quite a bit. So just want to get your perspective on the opening and where you see that going, and if that pendulum might swing back as people are dying to get out and dying to entertain and be out there with business colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, really interesting issues. I'll tackle Taiwan first because it is such an important issue. It's what we're reading about in the press all the time, with good reason, because there's activity happening. I mean, there are three players in the Taiwan issue. There's Beijing, there's Washington, and there's Taiwan. There's Taipei. There's the capital of Taiwan, which we don't recognize as a nation state, but we have unofficial ties with the US government. And we have since 1981, after we normalized relations with China, we have the Taiwan Relations Act. And I think it is fair to say every one of these stakeholders in that triangle has been messing with the status quo that worked really, really well for, decades. And that's what's causing the trouble. So Beijing, this caught a lot of attention from the US when Xi Jinping intimated in a private speech that there was a timetable for bringing Taiwan back into the fold. And him specifically not wanting to pass on the Taiwan question to the next generation. What does that mean? It means he kind of wants to solve it before he leaves office. When is that going to be? We don't know. He's probably got another decade in him. But that's your question, like what's going to happen within the next 10 years? So that's China taking pretty provocative action there, just even talking that way about not allowing reunification to happen when it happens, when it's in everybody's interest to happen, saying we want this thing to happen. And then the US. I mean, I am very critical of us messing with a system that has kept the peace for decades, and we are. And so, at the inauguration of Joe Biden, there was Taiwan's unofficial ambassador in Washington was there. Beijing sees that. When Speaker of the House Pelosi visited Taiwan last summer, she was not the first speaker to visit. That was Newt Gingrich, 25 years prior, had visited Taiwan as Speaker of the House. But what the Chinese said was, hey, that's a long time ago. Things have changed. And this speaker was a Democrat. And he should have known, Biden should have known better than to allow Nancy Pelosi to go. And I think President Biden actually said to President Xi, I can't tell Nancy Pelosi what to do, and I don't want to. And so Congress being much more activist on the Taiwan issue, talking about supporting not just arms sales, which we've already always done, but giving aid, military aid to Taiwan, talking a lot more about Taiwan vis-a-vis Ukraine. And it's a very different situation. Russia invaded Ukraine, a foreign country. China is saying Taiwan is not a foreign country, it is part of our territory, and it should be reunified one day. Congress is saying if we can't trust China to kind of stick up for an independent sovereign country, Ukraine, what chance do we have that they're not going to be really assertive and aggressive in Taiwan? And then Taiwan, I mean, so Taiwan is also, Tsai Ing-wen, the current president, has been very smart about not talking about independence of Taiwan, but she's pushed to have more congressional visits. She pushed to do this transit of the United States on our way to Central America this past year. That's the way that Taiwan presidents visit the US without visiting the US. They're on transit on their way to Central America, where Taiwan has a couple of countries that still recognize it as a nation state. And so all three, parts of this triangle are taking actions that are highly provocative. And so in reaction to US and Taiwan action, China is lobbing missiles over Taiwan, some of which last summer landed in Japanese waters. It's really ripe for an accident to happen and spiral out of control. Now, I was living in China when, the Chinese fighter pilot knocked our spy plane, an EP-3, out of the sky, and it landed on the Chinese island of Hainan. And that plane went back to the United States in a box after the Chinese had looked through it, and the people went back. I can't imagine that happening today. The relationship is in a wholly different place. And so we need to be more careful, not more provocative. And that goes for all three. So the Taiwan issue is a very difficult one, because I do think China's end game is they want Taiwan back. But what they have shown the world is when they take an autonomous entity back, like Hong Kong, they didn't live up to their commitment to leave it alone for 25 more years. They changed the rules, put in place a national security law that undermines the confidence in Taiwan and in the United States that Beijing can be, quote unquote, trusted, to take Taiwan back on terms that would be acceptable to the 26 million people who live on Taiwan, who don't particularly want to answer to the Communist Party of China as their government. So it is very hard to say what is an end game with Taiwan, other than all three sides getting back to, hey, let's not provoke a war. Let's leave this status quo, imperfect as it is, in place, because any change to it will be highly provocative and could lead to the one issue where the US and China could go to war is over Taiwan. And nobody in Beijing, in Taiwan, in Washington wants that. So I do think that's what the end game should be. Very difficult with politicians in all three countries. Taiwan has a presidential election in January. So we're all going to be reading a lot about Taiwan between now and then, where Taiwan's current president is term limited out. She can't run again. Her vice president is likely going to be the candidate. They haven't announced yet. The opposition party hasn't announced their candidate yet either. But these issues about provocations from China, and is the ruling government making China provoked in this way? Is Taiwan actually provoking China in an unhelpful way? Is going to be right out there in the open before this January 2024 presidential election. So stay tuned. This will be with us for a long time. On your other question about, is China really reopen? I think, what I'm feeling among my clients who are thinking the same way you are, hiring locally, seeing like revenge spending coming back, people who have been locked up for a couple of years, wanting to leave China now that the borders are open, wanting to consume within China in the meantime. I do think that there is some of that, but I think the amount of caution within the market for consumers and investors is pretty high still. And then, you touched on this, so I'll mention it as well. One thing that Xi Jinping has done very effectively is, introduce an anti-corruption campaign that still is continuing to this day. It's right now targeting the financial regulators. And so we're going to see more arrests. We're going to see more people scared. And so this culture of gift giving and kind of lavish spending is not in vogue in China anymore. Xi Jinping is a pretty buttoned up guy, different from his predecessors. So I do think we're going to see a continued opening. That doesn't mean that consumers and investors are out there really stimulating the economy yet. Yes, sir.
China. George? How you doing? Good. I'm no longer with the carrier, just to let you know. Is that the people in China are no different than us. They want the same things. Mm-hmm. They are fantastic people. And as you know, dynasties change in China. History repeats itself. So at this point, and when I lived there were protests all over the country, mm-hmm. all the time. Mm-hmm. And they started to escalate and get bigger, but you didn't hear about them. We in the West really never heard of them, but they happen. And I just really wonder, now that President Xi has changed his landscape, how long will the Chinese people put up with this? You have 1 billion plus people who want to hear what we hear. They want the same things we want. I mean, you could say that for the US too, I guess. But nonetheless, how long do you see this happening? I'd be curious, because these dynasties do change.
Yeah, that evolution is something, I think it's a good thing to end on this session on US-China relations, because one thing that's quite different from when you lived in China and when I lived in China is how Chinese people view the United States. So for the decade that I spent in China over many years, you would say, people would say, where are you from? I'd say the United States. Oh, 美国好. It was always a good thing, always a good thing. Now, and I'm hearing this from my friends, I was just having this conversation yesterday about a guy who had lived in China for a long time as a foreigner, and now his Chinese friends with whom he could talk about shared aspirations and kind of the commonality that you're talking about that we share with Chinese people. These same friends are saying to him, why are you guys so fixated on Taiwan? What if we wanted to prevent you from having Guam? Why isn't that okay that China wants to do whatever it wants with its own country? And I think that's where I get super nervous, that the China and US that we knew for many decades, where we saw there's a lot of commonality between our two countries. Why can't we, have shared interests? Because we clearly have a lot of overlap. Our governments, our media in China, a lot of propaganda over the last 3 years has focused on how the United States is really trying to harm China. That is different. It does get absorbed by Chinese people the same way that when I read those statistics about the polls about who's our number one enemy in the world, China, really? We're not at war with China. But that seeps in, and that's where I get very nervous, because US-China relations and the bad state of them is impacting that norm that we lived with for so many decades. And so that is why, even if we're going to be competing with China for the next 20 years, we have to continue to talk about engagement to stop that very, very divisive and divided attitude from settling in both of our countries.
My questions are I only have 16 questions here for you. But Amy, thank you very much. My main question is, will you come back next year?
Yeah, I'd love to come back. Of course, I'd love to come back. It's great to be with all of you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 10 o'clock panel on ESG and managing ESG in your supply chain. I wanted to spend 60 minutes talking about the Giants and the Patriots' 2 Super Bowls, but I was told I'm not allowed to do that. So instead, we'll talk about managing ESG, the demands of ESG in your supply chain. So to start, I thought I'd take a few minutes and introduce our panel for you. We have Karen Lobdell, the senior manager at Thomson Reuters. Prior to joining Thomson Reuters in 2018 as a result of the Integration Point acquisition, she served for over 30 years in domestic and international logistics industry as the legal and consulting industries, where she held numerous management positions in the areas of operations, international business development, sales and trade policy. Karen is also a US licensed custom broker. Jack Keating. Jack Keating is the founder of JFK Advisors. He works with companies at the senior and board level on strategy and supply chain. He also serves as an adjunct professor for Southern New Hampshire University's MBA program and is a guest lecturer at several Boston area colleges. For almost 20 years, Jack worked at the Timberland Company as vice president of global customer fulfillment. George Goldman, who I'm sure you all know, is a 38-year veteran of the logistics transportation industry. He has recently been appointed the executive chairman of Greenabl, the Shippers Association and community, addressing carbon emissions within the global supply chain. Most recently, George was president of Zim North America from 2015 to 2022. So ESG, you know, as Gemini has kind of delved more into sustainability and ESG. Oh, and I'm Rich Moore, by the way, sales director at Gemini Shippers Group. But as we have delved more into this world, it's very complicated, and there's a lot of information out there. And where do you kind of go with this and get the ball rolling with it? We've seen over the years, right, many companies kind of pledge to start to decarbonize or make that transition into net zero. And net zero is basically any greenhouse gases that you're emitting, you're also taking it out of the atmosphere. So you're kind of neutralizing that GHG. ESG, you know, started talking about ESG back in 2006 in the United Nations, where they started to kind of bring together a lot of investment companies and organizations to kind of start to pledge financially, right, as well as environmentally, to start to reduce their GHG. To achieve reducing emissions by 50% by 2030, the United States has to reduce emissions by 5% each year for the next 10 years. So that's quite a bit. So we hope to kind of, through this panel, help you kind of understand and see what kind of value ESG can kind of bring to your organization. So to start, Karen has created a presentation to start to go over all of this, and we'll turn it over to you.
Can everybody hear me okay? My mic working?
I don't think so.
I think you have to turn yours off. Can you hear me now? Still not? All right. There you go. Is it working now? No? All right. Here, we'll just use a mic. All right. Can you hear me now? Okay. So welcome, everyone, and thanks for the introduction, Rich. This panel is a very broad topic. As Rich mentioned, ESG is one of those areas that's growing in concern for companies of all kinds. It's got a lot of pieces to it. We're going to start by doing a little bit of groundwork for everybody in the audience with regards to the focus, because we're not really sure how much you know about ESG. Some people, I think, are quite familiar. Others may be still at the starting gate. with regards to how to address this going forward. So we're going to take a moment and we're going to just talk a little bit about ESG and the landscape of ESG within the global supply chain. ESG, as I mentioned, is very broad. It touches on a lot of areas of risk. There's certainly areas of risk that we hear spoken about quite a bit these days with regards to greenhouse gas, carbon emission, net zero. We've got the forced labor issue. We hear about governance and board makeup. We hear a lot of information in these areas, cybersecurity, data privacy. All of these pieces are part of environmental, social governance, what makes up ESG. So it's a big bucket of risk when we take a look at it. And clearly you could spend an entire day talking about the subject if you really wanted to get into the weeds with regards to these specific areas. So we'll probably focus on some of the more concerning pieces today with regards to ESG, and where we know that a lot of folks in the global trade arena are getting concerned or looking at, how do I address this? How do I make sure that I'm following the right regulatory approaches, but also how am I preparing for as this landscape changes? The slide that's up on the screen right now just kind of buckets things for you when you look at ESG and says, okay, where are the risks? Where are the issues within each of these segments? Environmental, kind of clear. It's the greenhouse gases, it's the carbon emissions, it's a net zero approach, it's things like pandemic, anything climate related, environmental related. These are things that are going to fall into the environmental arena. And some of them are newer, some of them we've kind of been dealing with over the years, but maybe they haven't been elevated within our organizations or just within the global trade community to a point where we really need to take some action on them. And some of that might be driven by the industry you're in as well. But that carbon emission piece is clearly an area that's high concern. And Jack and George are going to talk about this in more detail momentarily to give you a much better feel for that particular space of ESG, but definitely a hot issue. And although a lot of it focuses around the transportation industry for obvious reasons, the environmental piece also really plays a part in the movement of goods for manufacturing, production, because when you look at your products and where they're produced, and as Rich mentioned, what's being emitted as a result of that, that's going to play into how your company manages that risk. Because if you start to import goods, for example, from a country that has an issue with greenhouse gas and carbon emission, and there's obviously a few countries that fall within that category, China at the top of the list, but you've got a good number of others as well. This may ultimately play into sourcing decisions that you make in the future, because when you look at some of the regulations that are hanging out there, like the CBAM initiative in the EU, and you look at the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and then you see that in the US, we have legislation pending within Congress for the Foreign Pollutions Act, for example, the Cassidy bill, which is a response to the EU regulation. These things are moving forward, and a lot of them have triggers in them that can be tied into, for example, your imports and potential additional duties or tariffs or taxes that can be levied. So why does this impact us? Well, you have to look at where you're sourcing, and you have to start looking at those particular issues. So definitely a big item. Over the past few years in the E category, we all were dealing with the pandemic. So that had a big play with regards to looking at how our supply chains are impacted and how we're structured from a resilience standpoint to react to those things. Social, well, we can all guess what's at the top of the list these days. Anyone in the import arena right now, and even on the export side, don't forget the exports because it's not imports only, is forced labor. And there's a panel later today specifically on forced labor, Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So you're going to be getting a lot more detail from that panel as well. But that's certainly a very high focal point right now with regards to social issues. But it's not the only thing. I mean, you have a lot of other areas within social that are important, your diversity, your inclusion. These types of focus areas within corporations are getting a lot of attention as well. And then governance. You know, governance is probably one that we're familiar with. It's not that new. You have things like anti-corruption issues, you have sanctions and embargoes. If nothing else, that's getting heightened attention because we have so many more sanctions to deal with these days. It's a very hot issue. So these are areas where we really need to pay attention. And cybersecurity, definitely need to mention that. That falls under governance, and that is also a very hot issue when we look at the ESG spectrum. And I think everybody in this room dealing in global trade can say we're quite familiar with some of the cybersecurity incidents that have happened within the service provider spectrum over the past couple of years with regards to that particular issue. So when we look at these buckets, and we say, how do we deal with this? How do we manage this? Where do we even start? Because in many cases, companies are probably dealing with these things individually in different silos in many cases. But how are we going to approach that? The first thing we want to think about is understanding what all these things mean. And beyond just the regulatory and beyond just the compliance and enforcement piece of it, there's other concerns that we need to think about and what companies are worried about when they look at ESG. So this slide that's up right now just talks about supply chain impact with regards to global supply chains and where concerns are with companies in the next 5 years. And this is based on the Business Continuity Institute reports that are come out every year. And if you look at these particular items that you're seeing on the slide, you're going to see where people are really focused on issue. And I looked at the slide and I've seen it over the past couple years. And, you know, initially the last couple years, everything was a big, high, huge percentage number related to COVID and pandemics, and that's what everybody was worried about. But now you see a lot of environmental on here. You see a lot about climate change. You see a lot about emissions. You're seeing elevated worry that these things are going to impact my supply chain, business continuity, how I do business. Also new trade laws and regulations, which in many cases are related to some of these ESG issues, the sanctions, the forced labor initiatives, the new regulations we're seeing with regards to greenhouse gases. These are things that are becoming a bigger issue with regards to companies and where their focus is shifting. And, you know, what we've seen in the past has definitely shifted. And of course, cybersecurity, big on there as well. So this gives you a sense of where we're seeing trend lines move more into the ESG space when companies look at resilience. How resilient is my supply chain? Can I keep my global supply chain moving both directions? What are the things that keep me up at night? What are the things that are going to impact me in a negative way if I don't have controls, processes, and procedures in order to address them? The interesting thing that also came out in this report was, and this ties into transparency with your business partners, and I'm sure it's going to be a hot topic for the forced labor session, is how well are you looking at these issues with regards to the various tiers of your suppliers? And are you even asking your business partners what their plans, what their controls, what their procedures are with regards to these issues? And the report indicated that roughly 45% of the respondents said, we ask our business partners if they have anything in place. Do you have anything for environmental or for forced labor? 45% at tier 1, 45%. So there's another 55% tier 1, which most companies know who their tier 1 suppliers are, that they're not even asking them. And when you get to tier 2 and tier 3, the number just drops way off, and you're talking about lower percentages. Like maybe I checked on my tier 2, 23%, 11% at tier 3, tier 4, forget it. They don't even know who tier 4 is. So transparency issues are certainly something that come into play, and it's not just for issues like forced labor, but for any of these areas that are becoming a concern. Are you asking them about their cybersecurity protocols, for example? These are areas that are going to continue to need companies to focus as they move forward with regards to, how they're approaching the ESG spectrum when it comes to risk. So great, I know I have these issues. I'm looking at my sourcing, I'm looking at my business partners, but why else should I care other than just my supply chain? And why is ESG such a big issue for my company in general? Well, because it's becoming front and center for a lot of other issues, all the way up to the boardroom. So ESG is something that's kind of a political hot potato. It's a hot potato with investors. When you start looking at how companies are viewed, especially if you're a publicly traded company in this environment, your ESG issues are quite large. It's a boardroom issue. Investors are concerned. There are funds out there that are specifically ESG related funds. And the Dow Jones research showed that they expect those funds to triple in size in the next few years as far as the funds. These are ESG funds that are following specific ESG protocols. We're also seeing a lot of activity in annual shareholder meetings. So it's proxy time right now. Anybody aware of that? Now is proxy time for annual shareholder meetings. And the number of proposals and votes related to ESG in these annual shareholder meetings are raising every year. And at least 40% of the ones that are out there going into proxy season right now are related, the votes are related, the proposals are related to ESG issues. They're getting protesters at their annual meetings. Activist groups are pushing for board members that are activist related on these ESG issues so that they can help drive the direction of the company. This is an issue. And guess who drives a lot of this issue? It's not, we're all boomers on the stage here. Okay, everybody who's a boomer, raise your hand. And Gen Z, Gen Y, okay, a lot of boomers up here. So it's not us driving these decisions. It's the Gen Z, it's the Gen Y millennials who are looking to invest their money, and it's growing every year, in ESG funds. They're also driving a lot of other issues. But this investor focus is a really big deal for companies. And it is something that we're seeing a trend line with. So why is it important to your company? Well, because the investors think it's important. And that's not something that's going to go away. That continues to grow as the people who are investing and have the money, this younger generation coming forward, this is what they're looking for, and this is where they want to put their funds. So it is an issue. It is something, I mean, even some of these investors are, I think it was 2 years ago, one of them filed a lawsuit against, I think it was Shell or Exxon, I can't remember exactly, but against the board of directors for not doing enough from an ESG perspective. So there's a lot of attention on this. Definitely something you want to.
I just mention one of the points on the previous slide, the 46% on adverse weather. I think last year alone, I think it was $318 billion worth of damage was caused because of climate change, right? It's hard not to turn on the news any night and not seeing a tornado ripping through the south, or to see what happened in Fort Myers. If anybody's been down there, it looks like a war zone. So out of that almost $20 billion worth of damage, only about less than half of that was actually insured. So to Karen's point, again, it's hard to ignore the fact that the climate is changing.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are things we have to keep in mind. There was a really good article today in the Financial Times, if anybody gets the Financial Times, that talks about how these annual shareholder meetings are ticking up now and how ESG is on the docket. and two that they specifically called out were FedEx and Lockheed Martin, that they expect to get pushback in the shareholder meetings on this subject. So it's across industries. It's not limited to one. We've also seen activity in the apparel and footwear retail sector with sustainability and forced labor related issues being brought up in shareholder meetings. But definitely, it's not a stakeholder issue just in your supply chain with your suppliers and your customers. It goes way beyond that. And if you take it even a step further, talk about all those fabulous Gen Z folks and Gen Y, this is your market from the consumer standpoint these days. So you have this next generation, these future generations that are coming on board, and this is what they want. They want sustainable products. They want no forced labor in the clothing that they buy. They want values that match theirs, and they're all about ESG. They want diversity, they want inclusion, they want proper governance with their companies. So these issues are a big deal to them, and the growth of this sector, if you look at as they're getting older, as they take jobs, this is what's important to them. They're the ones buying your products. They're also the ones that if they don't like what they see, they're the new investors taking their new money and investing it in ESG funds or in your company. They're the ones that are going to show up and protest at the shareholder meeting. So this is the future. And you know what? I'm going to retire. You're probably going to retire. I mean, these are the people that are going to be making decisions in the future. They're also your workforce in the future. And guess what? They want to know how your company operates on ESG before they take a job with you. So that's another issue you have to think about as well, is I want to hire high quality people within my company. What do they want? What does this new generation want? Well, they want diversity, they want inclusion, they want to make sure that you're environmentally friendly, they want to see if you're contributing to the circular economy, reusable, renewable, recycled. They want to make sure that all of these things, your governance, are in place. And this slide that I put up just has a few quotes with regards to the workforce. And I think this is something that a lot of people don't think about when they look at ESG risks, because they're so worried about their supplier transparency or how their customers are viewing them, and perhaps their sanctions and some of the regulatory compliance enforcement pieces, that they forget that the workforce is a critical part of how successful your company is. And this is what your workforce is looking for. So really interesting perspective when you think about, as I manage ESG for my company, and when I look at what is my plan to manage ESG and my supply chain, what are the things that I have to think about? This is something that definitely you want to make sure you're watching. And what comes after Gen Z? Generation Alpha. We start at the alphabet and we go. So we're back to the Alpha generation will be the next, and we're not sure what they're going to be looking for. Final piece here. Supplier networks, transparency, ESG, critical piece, transparency into your business partners and your customers too, but definitely your supplier network, all of your supplier network. Your suppliers are a reflection of your brand. That's how it's viewed by your customers. That's how it's viewed by your employees. So if you have a supplier and the supplier is not compliant, your brand is not compliant. And that's the bottom line. They're a reflection on you, and how you have transparency into the people that you're doing business with is absolutely critical in the ESG spectrum as far as what you're looking at. You have to be able to get that visibility to the depth that is realistic and reasonable. And I'm going to say realistic and reasonable because let's not say that everybody can absolutely get accurate, detailed information down to the nth tier of their supply chain. We have to look at what can realistically be done, what's your due diligence, and what are you doing to actually get to the best point you can on that perspective. But transparency is important because these people that you're doing business with, it's going to be a reflection on you, and it's going to be a reflection to your employees and your investors and your customers as well. With that being said, I am now going to turn it back to Rich because this is kind of just a little bit of a ground setting, and we're going to have some more open discussion based on Rich, who's going to pose questions to the group, and we're going to get into some of the more specific areas.
Great, thank you, Karen. That was very informative. I think your points on the younger generation and them wanting to shop and buy from companies that have a sustainability policy and really enforce it, and as well kind of go work for those companies also. They really, I think, kind of embrace that. And I think social media almost plays a little bit of a role in that. I mean, social media, as we know, is a pretty powerful tool, and the younger generation who has mastered it, can really almost impact your company's bottom line if they don't necessarily agree with maybe some of your policies. So I think it's really good points. So we've heard a lot about different scopes, different types of emissions when you talk about sustainability. Jack, George, can you talk a little bit to scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions? What can an organization do to kind of perhaps measure and look to mitigate some of that?
Well, thanks, Rich. I think the first step is just to examine. Can you hear it?
I think it's on. No, it's not. I'll tell you what, you can use it. You can use this.
Here, give me that microphone. Okay, you can only do one at a time. I think the first step in trying to understand this, how many people do Wordle here every day? Okay, try looking into ESG, because it's the more you look into it, the more questions you have. And I think first off, as people who are involved in supply chain, it's just examining a little bit closer kind of what you're doing and what you have control over in terms of reducing emissions. So to Rich's first point, they clarify emissions into 3 scopes. Scope 1 is basically your own facilities. What kind of emissions are coming out of your own facilities? Scope 2 are what kind of utilities are you using and what are the emissions related to that? And scope 3 is really everything else in the supply or value chain, upstream and downstream. And so at least as a minimum exercise, it's good. Some companies might be way down the road, others haven't started yet, is to really understand where you are. What are your emissions? Can you put a value on what they are? And, I've had discussions with people like Ken O'Brien, who heads up Greenabl, to talk about before all, guys like Dan and I, who've been around a long time, we had tattooed on us. The only thing we had to worry about was maximize service, minimize cost, right? That was it. Now it's a lot more complicated than that. You have the governance piece, and anybody who works in a public company particularly has keep the board of directors out of jail, make certain you're complying with all rules and regulations. Then the social piece, okay, well, what do we stand for? What's important to us? And now more and more the environmental piece. And all of these ESGs are intertwined, right? They're not standalone. E is not separate from S, is not standard from G. They're all intertwined. So I think, one of the things we're going to start asking questions about is not only what's my cost and service level, for example, to get from Southeast Asia to my facility in Indiana, and what happens in terms of cost if I go all water to the East Coast versus if I go into LAX and then I do a mini land bridge to get to that facility. Now my question is going to be, what are my emissions of each one of those options? How can I minimize the amount of damage I'm doing to the environment by keeping my carbon emissions low? And lots of companies are already down the road. I mentioned to these guys this morning that I know Microsoft, for example, is an example where they are mandating electric vehicles from any airport to any delivery that they're making. So I'm going to let George talk a little bit about what's going on.
Well, yeah, I think you guys can hear me. I view this a little more even rudimentary. I'm sure like many of you, I guess the first question is, do you really care about the environment? Of course, we anecdotally say, yes, we do. But how much is that going to cost? That's a big question. How much is it worth to you to address environmental issues? Now, I view this as either pay now or pay later. And if you're like me, you always worry about paying your taxes late. I push things, I kick the can down the road, and when I'm forced to, maybe I'll address it. Unfortunately, we're at a point now where, to Karen's point and others, politicians are getting involved. And so now that's scary, because really they don't really know what they're doing. All right, off the record, Peter, I don't know. But anyway, you have things happening in Southern California for EV trucks. I don't know how many are aware of this, but this is really, really going to be an issue. Having said that, we are all looking at what it is ultimately the effect, and our consumers, the people that are going to drive decision-making, are now demanding this. The social piece of ESG starts to become important because we can't sell products unless there's something in there. You look at Europe today, many of you do business in Europe. Europe is far down the road. Even China, having been there, and we talked about it, as bad as they are in areas, other areas of their supply chain are mandating a lot of the environmental pieces of this. So the question becomes, first question is, do you personally inherently think we have an environmental problem? If you do, then the question is, where does that balance into what it's worth to address it? And a lot of this, what we're talking about, stems around the fact that there is a difference between neutral, we talk about carbon because you talk about supply chain optimization, which again, for logisticians was a cost issue. Now it becomes a carbon issue. And that starts to drive decision-making on supply chain flows. Air to ocean sort of makes sense. Truck to rail, okay, that makes sense. But where do you go beyond that? And it affects all pieces. So when you talk about sustainability, it is cradle to grave. And I can't sit up here and tell you that I know what Nike is going to do with their packaging. But what I can tell you, and this is what we talk about scope 3, scope 1 and scope 2, you're going to be mandated. You're going to be forced to address this because the government's going to force us. This is coming. We already have laws. Scope 3, a little more challenging, but you're going to be held responsible for addressing scope 3, even though you don't own it. So the fact that you've put recycled, bins in your office, and you've maybe changed the coffee cups in your office, is not going to address your responsibility, the social responsibility you have to trying to meet neutral carbonization. And this is really where we're going. And, the company that I'm on the board of addresses trying to do this for supply chain, but this is really the question at hand. And this timeline is getting shorter and shorter to address it, to the point where, in my view, coming from the ocean liner business, the things that they're mandating for ships is unrealistic. There is no way that I can sit here and tell you in 2050, all ships will be carbon neutral. Just look at the new builds that are coming. We're all coming out with LNG, but that's not the end solution. Methanol is not the end solution. Ammonia is not the end solution. But more than half of the ships that are being bought today don't have any of it. They're not LNG. They're the regular ships. So you're going to go scrubbers? Well, that's not the solution either. And those ships last for 25 years, which puts us at 2050. So what the question is, and really what we have to address, and part of some of the questions, and I don't mean to go off on a tangent, is one, you can't manage what you don't measure. So you, as logisticians, people in the supply chain business, have to understand what it is you're emitting, and you have to measure that. Then the next question is, how can we as entities and companies help you mitigate it? And then there's this offset piece, and we can get into that, insetting and offsetting. But there's an immediate problem here. We can't, as much as we want to kick this can down the road, and inherently I like doing that, we have an immediate problem because we have the in-between time, between the time the technology will catch up to being able to address this. Where technology will get to the point where everything is, whatever it is, ships are maybe nuclear, who knows what it is. Somehow we get to a point where it's neutral or zero carbon. But what are we going to do today until that time comes? Because we just can't do nothing. It's still ultimately about the environment. So that's sort of where we are.
Yeah, no, I mean, all very good and valid points. Jack, I thought it was interesting because, when we look at measuring greenhouse GHG, I feel like we kind of focus on, at least from our business, on the ocean side, which is somewhat out of your control as a shipper. But the inland piece, that drayage piece, is so much more involved and really gives you, I think, that opportunity to kind of re-examine your supply chain and find ways where you can maybe find some inefficiencies, at the same time maybe save costs, and at the same time, again, help the environment. So it's all, I think, really, really important. George, you talked a little bit about carbon offsets, but carbon offsets can also kind of get a bad rap sometimes. And you hear the term greenwashing quite a bit. Can you talk a little bit to how, perhaps the shipper can kind of maneuver through that?
As I said, I think the first thing you have to do is you have to, at least me, even personally, do I believe science? Yes, I do. All right, so you got to believe science. Something is going on, as we said, with the environment. And it's caused by what? Carbon emissions. I think the first step for all of us here is the companies we work for, are they bought into this? It has to come from the top. So the CEO, board of directors has to say, yes, we as a company. I would just curious, out of a raise of hand, how many here in your companies have a sustainable program? Quite a few, but the reality is that in my mind, psychologically, again, we're sort of thinking, oh, this will come, and I'll do something when I'm forced to do it. I don't know how long that's going to work. But the notion of offsetting is that because we don't have the technology today, I can't just change a ship today that goes from emitting diesel and carbon in the air to being non-carbon. So what do I do between that? There's only one thing I can really do, is that's offset. So it's like a pendulum. You offset it by investing in things or getting carbon credits in areas that offset, that are good for the planet versus what you're emitting. So in my example, I like an off-road FJ and I go four-wheeling that gets 10 miles a gallon. I also have a Tesla. Now we can argue, we could say what we want about Tesla, but maybe in my own mind, this is a bit of my own personal offset. But that's what we're talking about. And the greenwashing piece of it is you really have to deal with companies, and there's a few of them that are accredited, verifiable, sanctioned as being able to authorize what you're investing in as an offset. Norwegian salmon farms is actually true to its name and is true versus all the other things out there that may not be. Insetting, as Jack said, has more to do with the internal things that you're changing.
Let's say the cynical view of offsetting is it's kind of a get out of jail ticket, You get your offsets because you don't have any, you've run out of ideas about trying to have insets, ways to reduce your own carbon. The problem right now, I think, is that with offsets is that as it gets more popular and it's a whole new industry, the costs are going up. For example, I know people in companies that do offsets that go out and purchase land because they want to plant trees on them, and that way they can then sell carbon offsets. And land cost has gone up for them to be able to do that. So then that means that your cost of getting an offset is going to go up. I think, fundamentally, a good place to start is, again, what George and the rest of the panel has said here, is just examining what you're doing and look for opportunities, right? In some ways, we're at a point, I think, like I used the analogy for 20 years at Timberland, we used to poll people and say, how important is it that we make our boots in the US? And it's very important. They say, well, labor costs are 10 times higher in the US than they are in Asia. We pay more for no way. So it's it has to be a gift with purchase a little bit to, thank you, to get going. And then, eventually, I think, to George's point, we have to try to do what we can while science catches up and gives us better alternatives than we have right now. Some examples of places you might look, and you probably already have, but it really comes down to fundamental mindset within supply chain to take a look at, can I use used equipment versus new equipment? That's an easy one, right? Put up many facilities with used equipment because that meets that kind of intersection of cost, service, and good for the environment, right? Lower carbon. What can I do for packaging? What can I do for density on my trailer moves? All those things have to be re-examined and look at how can I do that because they do all impact carbon emissions.
I mean, for logisticians, it's again based round trip moves, head haul, back haul, trying to marry. I mean, there's some basic things, but they're not going to really be enough. You're going to have to offset initially, to Jack's point, until you get to a point where technology. And politicians want to enact these laws now, these taxes now. I guess our message up here, or my message to you is, again, putting my carrier hat on, we run a risk here because we're all in new territory. We're all becoming familiar with this, that this becomes an ocean carrier surcharge or a terminal THC charge, when we as shippers need to drive this. And we're the ones that need to lead this discussion, and we need to sort of, tell the industry, this is what we're doing internally, and so we can get credits, so I don't need to pay the ocean carrier surcharge, or I don't need to pay a Port of LA carbon surcharge. And now we have a carbon tax starting off the beginning of the year in Europe for everything, coming in and out. Where does it go? What does it do? Well, part of the company that I'm working for is trying to say, well, listen, if you do things and we can verify what you're doing internally at a company, we can use this as a credit. We don't pay this, or we don't pay the steamship line. Right? There's a lot of different things that are being thrown out there now as to where we go in this relatively new step.
Yeah, it's interesting with carbon offsets too, right? Because sometimes they can be resold. And that's something you need to be wary of a little bit. Not supposed to be, but I believe there is a market for that. Karen, when you talk about ESG, right? So it's the 3 pillars. Do you feel an organization should intertwine them or approach each one kind of individually?
Good question. And I think it's going to depend on the organization, and it's also going to somewhat depend on what your key focus areas are within each of those 3 pillars that exist within ESG. You're talking about a pretty broad spectrum, and some of the procedures, controls, processes that need to be in place for your company are going to fall in different areas of ownership. I think there's definitely overlap. We see it. It's not just siloed. Forced labor is not just tied to sourcing and whether there's forced labor. If you're doing business in areas where you're dealing with conflict minerals also includes risk for forced labor. there are certain areas that typically are going to overlap. So I think it's hard to silo them, but I do think that the ownership is going to vary depending on your company. There's got to be a message from the top. I think we hear this in the compliance, global trade compliance arena all the time about how you get what you need support-wise to make sure that you're running a good global trade management operation, and how you have to have support from the top, and how a lot of things that happened over the past few years drove visibility for you to get support from the top. The pandemic, the China tariffs, all of a sudden people knew who global trade management was. ESG is going to have support from the top as well, because it covers a broad spectrum of the corporation, the company. It's not going to land with just one person is not going to own this, but you're going to have a team of people that communicate internally as well as that message externally on what you're doing from a corporate perspective. So I don't think you can silo them. I think there's going to have to be discussion, because there is overlap between different areas of the company that are going to own pieces of this.
Absolutely. Can you guys think to any, perhaps, one ingredient, for lack of a better word, that can make an ESG program successful?
You know, again, when we say ESG, we're talking a wide, variety. And so if we focus on the environment, I think it's kind of what Karen just mentioned, and that's, you have to have commitment from the top. The fact of the matter is, in the last 50 years, the population globally has doubled, right? From about 4 billion to about 8, in spite of pandemics, in spite of all the things that we talk about, right? And a lot of those countries where there's a lot of growth are very poor. They don't have time to contemplate, things like emissions. Right now, severe poverty is probably on the top of their mind, and trying to get those people out of poverty is their number one priority right now. So the question is, do rich nations or countries that can afford to do this, can they keep an environmental policy in front, and George is saying they're doing it rightfully so by putting taxes on it, right? So you're going to have to play the game of saying, I'm going to have to pay this tax if I don't comply. So this is to try to help these rich countries get to the point of where they're paying more attention to carbon emissions. So I think it really does come down to, in terms of the environmental piece, it comes down to, having a, what do you stand for as a company? Kind of, do I want to stand for, an environmental policy that is doing everything we can do, not only internally, but with our partners, to be able to reduce emissions whenever we can, and be smart about it whenever you can.
I don't think there's one single thing, personal opinion. Certainly the message from the top is critical. You've got to have that support. That has to be the direction of the company, that's what they want to move forward, and they're going to provide the resources, the commitment, and what's necessary for people to accomplish those goals within the various silos, wherever they fall from an ownership standpoint. So that's important, but that alone isn't going to do it. There's going to be a whole lot of other things that come into play, and depending on the particular risk area, they're going to vary. What you need to deal with on the environmental and emissions may be different than forced labor or sanctions or human resources, diversity, inclusion. Cybersecurity is another bucket. So I don't think there's one single solution. I do think that a really critical piece of it, in addition to the message from the top, is you really have to have transparency in order to make this work. You need transparency into your business partners, and you need really good transparency into what your own company is doing internally within its own entity and its own business units. If you don't have transparency, there's a lot of things you're going to miss, and there's a lot of risks that you're going to be exposing the company to. So transparency is really, really critical when you look at the overall global supply chain from an ESG factor. Identifying where those risks are means you really need a deep dive, and that probably ties a little bit back into Rich's comments earlier, and even George and Jack's with regards to where is technology on this? And I don't know if you had a question on that, but I think that's another point.
I would just add I can't help but think of the cost. What is it going to cost to be green? What are we willing to pay? And the transparency piece of this is then become critical. Today, if you ship on a certain ocean carrier, you get a carbon surcharge. Do you know what it goes to? They tell you you got a tree somewhere in the Brazil, but I mean, do you really know where that money goes to? Coming from an ocean carrier, I will tell you right now with freight rates, it'll probably help in paying for that LNG ship. That's their view of it, right? So the transparency to what this is going to cost you becomes very important, because how much are we truly willing to pay for this? We have to talk the talk and walk the walk. And I think there is where the only way you can get to that is that you have to measure your impact. You have to truly measure it. And once you measure it, then you need to assess what it's going to take to help mitigate it. And then all these other things sort of fall in place, because your employees, your board of directors, Wall Street. I mean, just Karen shared an article about companies on Wall Street that are divesting in high carbon polluting companies. This is going to impact all of us. This is happening now, right now, before we even have technical solutions of how do we decarbonize it. So we're really in a uncharted territory here, but we have to get to that piece, and that transparency is critical, because we will pay. And again, it's you pay now, you're going to pay later.
Yeah, it's build it and they will come. But I can tell you a real life example. 20 years ago, I put up a 40,000 square foot solar array on a facility in Ontario, California. It would cost $3 million. We did it because it was the right thing to do. The CFO came into my office after I presented it and said, "Jack, you got to talk to me about these things before you do it." Was not happy. But the fact of the matter was that for that $3 million investment, state of California gave us $1.5 million credit for that solar array. And because we couldn't put it on the roof, because the roof couldn't hold that solar array, we ended up putting it out in the yard. And we basically had a 40,000 square foot solar array carport, right? And it's as Amy said before, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. We basically had 40,000 square feet of extra storage space that during peak we were able to store under that solar array. So when you think about the cost of square footage of what that would have cost for that, and that solar array paid for itself probably 5 times in that 20 years. So again, there are things you can do that are good for the environment and they make sense financially. And so it's continuing to look for that and see where that is, and then to be aware of all the coming regulation that George has been talking about and the rest of the panel have. So yeah.
No, thanks very much. So I just wanted to ask, one more question, and then I thought we would take some time to open it up to questions from the audience. But, as we kind of start to wind this down, what do you guys feel would be like an initial first step that an organization needs to take to kind of start to undergo their ESG programs?
All right, so I think there's a number of steps, and we'll put a slide up in a minute for you guys as a takeaway on this. But I think the first step is really you have to identify the key areas of ESG that apply to your company and that you need to have a focus on. So you have to look at these ESG pillars, and you have to say, based on my business, based on my trade lanes, based on my company, everything I know about my industry, what are the areas that are most critical for me to focus on? I have to identify that. You have to have a starting point. And in some cases, there's certain areas within ESG that may not be a high priority for your company and others may be very high priorities. So you have to really take a look at what of those items are most relevant to your business. I think that's probably the first step, but George and Jack, you can add to that.
You can hire me. No, I think, as I said, you have to, is it important to you ultimately? Intrinsically or even extrinsically, your company, the management, the leadership of the company has to believe that, yes, this is what we have to do. And whether it's checking a box for your shareholders or the public, or whether you truly, truly, truly believe in it, one way or another, you have to do it. So you have to sort of start there, and then again get back into the measurement piece of it.
I just wanted to add too, I don't know if everyone knows this, but the slides are all going to be available at the end of the conference, so you can take them back and take a look at them and ask any questions after that too.
I think it's important too, when you look at how you start or how you progress along this journey from the ESG perspective, it's really important also to identify your stakeholders in this discussion. That's internal and external. And stakeholders are pretty broad when you look at ESG. You've got customers, you've got suppliers, you've got your own internal employees. You have the government or regulatory bodies. You may have NGOs, those activists out there. You have a pretty broad spectrum, but you're going to have to look at what's important to those stakeholders relevant to your business, because that's also going to kind of drive your direction on where you put your effort and where you put your resources. The materiality of it, when you look at those stakeholders, what's important to my business? What's driving that profit? What's important to those stakeholders? The person buying my product, the employees, and you have to look at that importance in both of those stakeholder categories to determine what's most material to you. I think both George and Jack made a really good point multiple times. You have to also be able to look at how you're going to measure this. You have to be able to look at how you're going to track metrics, because ultimately another thing you're going to want to do is communicate where you're successful. If you're doing really good things in these various areas of ESG, you want to communicate it. You want to communicate it to your business partners, your employees, possibly the government, if it's a regulatory issue, and absolutely the investors out there who are going to be investing money in your company. Those are people that you're going to want to communicate with regarding that. There's a lot of other paths that can be taken depending on where you want to focus your energy, but those things are critical. And as I said, you've got to be able to measure, you've got to be able to show something. And you know what? That's tough for some of this stuff right now, because especially with carbon, and I'm not the expert on carbon up here, these two are, but there's not standards for everything yet for a lot of these measurements. So people don't know what to report. They don't know what to measure. They're kind of feeling that out. It's a moving target at the moment. And that also plays into how technology can help you with digital transformation in your company. Is how can I use technology to help me on this journey? And there is no silver bullet that's going to be, I buy this piece of technology and it's going to address all of my ESG concerns. Not going to happen, doesn't exist. But there is technology out there that will help you with components. And what you need is going to vary by company, but you need to get out there and start having those conversations to see where there is technology that can assist, whether it's for transparency in your suppliers, whether it's for measuring and reporting on carbon emissions, whether it's for governance related issues, whether it's sanctions, screening on sanctions, embargoes, and corruption and all that nasty stuff. There's tools out there, and they're still in development. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in that field right now. So have those conversations. That's going to be a piece of your journey when you look at your next steps, as well as where is that digital transformation going to help me?
Yeah, I just only add is truly a lot of confusion out there as it relates for this measurement piece, as much as we talk about it. Ocean carriers now are all complaining that not all ships are the same. The standard that the IMO has come out with doesn't apply across the board. So there are things in works to try to come to an equal understanding. We as a company are trying to do that as well. You go to different terminals and you have different costs, and we work with the terminals, the shipping lines and others to try to look at what makes sense for a common unit base of, we all say it's 5 tons of carbon, but really what does that mean and how did we calculate it across the board with different shipping lines? So I do think there's a lot of work to be done in this area, so it does get confusing. I think the biggest thing is we can't sort of feel overwhelmed that we don't know it, because nobody knows it. This is a lot of virgin territory.
You know, I think IMO 2023 kind of touches upon some of that from a vessel standpoint and a ship owner and operator standpoint. They have to calculate certain efficiencies of those ships now. I guess that's more for newer vessels, not so much for existing or older ships, I believe. All ships now.
We got to calculate all of them.
Yeah. Well, like we said, I mean, you can't mitigate what you don't measure, right? So I think that's kind of the first start in all of this for a shipper or an organization out there. We know there's been a lot of information. Hopefully it's all been helpful. We wanted to leave some time for any questions from the audience. We have 20 minutes, so Jeremy.
Good morning. A lot of really, really great information. Thank you so much. I'm Jeremy Young. I'm with the BNSF Railway, and I've spent the bulk of my career in the world of intermodal. And over the years, I have seen companies that, as they're looking for sustainability initiatives, in my opinion, one of the easiest things that they can begin on that journey is conversion from over the road to intermodal, especially for some of your long haul transportation. Immediately convert into a world of intermodal. And over the last few years, we're hearing more companies talking about their sustainability initiatives. They're talking about how intermodal can help them achieve. It's very low-hanging, easy fruit to convert, begin those sustainability initiatives. However, if you take a look at where the market is right now, where some of the truck rates are so incredibly depressed, in my opinion, not necessarily the BNSF's opinion, but in my opinion, the dollar is greener. And if a customer can ship over the road for a few dollars less than intermodal, they will do so. I personally have never had an account that has chosen to go intermodal for sustainability initiatives if it's slightly more expensive than going over the road. So I'm curious, in your perspective, how do we get companies to embrace a sustainability initiative, especially in the transportation section? How do we get them to embrace a sustainable initiative, even if it's slightly higher than going over the road? And what do you think about my perception about the dollar is greener? And at least in transportation, is that always going to be the case? Even if you have a more sustainable option, if that sustainable option is more expensive than the other, is that always going to be the driving factor?
It's a good question, and I guess, as I said, in my view, it does become a question of cost. However, few things are happening, and that is today, I'm sure a lot of you are getting 10 calls a day from truckers. I mean, they're going crazy because of the way the market is. So the rates have gone down, but like ocean freight rates, they go up and they go down. Trucking rates, same thing. So I do think it's a volatile, transformation as far as trucking and looking at what trucking cost. But overall, the bigger picture is, you're right. We as traffic managers, logisticians are looking at the dollars, but the bigger umbrella, the bigger piece of this is going to be the eyes and the management visibility, your customers' visibility, and regulatory issues about what you're doing. You have to report. If you're a publicly traded company, you're going to have to report your carbon emissions. And so over time, you will be sort of forced to try to pick it. And some of what we're looking at is route optimization. There may be cost differences, but there also may be cost savings, depending on where you're going and what you're doing. Over-the-road trucking has never been the most effective, to be in my experience in the 40 years that I've been, involved in this. But it's in a certain place and time, it makes some sense. But overall trend, no. But I do think the environment, the landscape is changing such that the visibility to taking stuff off the roads becomes more important. And that becomes a higher calling to your company's success and highlighting the fact that you've reduced carbons. And then in many ways, reduced some cost in other areas.
I'm going to throw another angle for consideration because that was all very good points, but here's another way to look at it. And it may not apply for every single industry, but let's say you're dealing in consumer products, retail, something along that line, and your consumers are the Gen Z or the Gen Y, the millennials. The reports all state, and we had a slide earlier, that generation, that's what they're driven by. So it's going to cost more maybe to put it on the rail. Where does that cost go? It ends up in the product at some point, right? So somewhere along it's passed through, it's incorporated into the cost of the goods that's sold to the ultimate consumer. So if it costs you more to get it to market, then the consumer pays a little bit more. But the Gen Y and the Gen Z consumers, all the studies that are being done, the latest McKinsey study that was done says they are willing to pay up to 10% more for a product if it's a sustainable product. And the company can show that and it's no greenwashing, it's a sustainable product. Not only that, and who knows if this actually is true or not, this is how their brains are working, I guess, is they also feel that if they're paying more, the product is higher quality. So they're willing to pay more for the sustainability product. And they're also saying, as a result of me paying more, I also think a sustainable product is higher quality. It's better. Is it? Well, maybe. Or maybe they're just paying more and they're doing something good. But that's another way to look at, well, if I'm going to pay more, how do I digest that with the corporate environment where cost is an issue? Well, if your consumer is willing to pay more, put it on the rail.
Karen, just a follow-up to that, Jeremy's question. Excuse me, I think a lot of companies have best intentions and would be willing to pay more. So for example, Walmart's willing to pay more, say Target's not. They're selling the same product. So Walmart's going to charge $10 for their product, Target's going to charge $9. Joe consumer is probably going to buy that product at Target, not at Walmart, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not a perfect solution, and I don't think there's a definite right answer. I think every company's gonna have to balance it, and I think it's gonna be a learning curve. This is a journey that's new to a lot of people, and there's not an answer to every question out there, and there's always gonna be a low-cost provider as well.
Is the answer government intervention or regulation in terms of penalties maybe to level that playing field?
Well, you're probably getting some of that already in some of these pending pieces of legislation that are out there that are driving it. Now, how many of them will actually make it to the point where they become law and they drive that direction? That's still something to keep an eye on, but definitely, it appears that from the government standpoint, from Congress, at least in the US, and definitely in the EU, from the environmental standpoint, there's an appetite for this with regards to legislation. It's something that they're jumping on the bandwagon. And if the EU comes out with a new piece of legislation on environmental, we're seeing reciprocal in other places. We're deforestation in the EU. Now we've got a deforestation bill in the US. We have another one in Canada. So it's kind of like a little bit of a, domino effect in some cases. Now, how many of them will end up becoming an actual piece of enforceable regulation or law? That's still something to keep an eye on.
My mother used to say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and we are on a continuum here where, we have growing awareness of what's going on. And it isn't all doom and gloom either. I mean, those of you who are as old as me can remember not being able to take off from LA because of smog. There's been, and there's been some real improvements in certain areas. But I do think that, with temperature rise and what's going on right now, the awareness is going to be growing. And so awareness of whether or not this product travel rail versus truck, most people don't when they're making a purchase, particularly if they're sitting on their couch and buying it on Amazon or something like that. It's going to be all about who can get it to me fast, right? So I do think we have to be realistic about these things and understand that we are on a continuum. When I think even of ES and G, we're all on a continuum. Where G, we're further along, right? Anyone who worked for a public company has governance, right? First thing that the board of directors, after they look at their D&O insurance, want to do is understand what the governance is. So on social, that's kind of a little further on the continuum. Things like inclusivity and diversity and so on. And now environmental is coming along. And so we're getting more awareness on that.
I think, the reality, I think about it, as much as I think I want to be an environmentalist and I want to do things, if I need something tomorrow, I still get it on Amazon, it gets delivered. Now, how good is that? So we're going to be in this area where it's going to take some time to understand what the cause and effect of the decisions we make in purchasing have, to Jack's point. And we're getting there, we're going there. My only fear is that there's pressure from these groups, a lot of groups, on politicians. And politicians, as I said earlier, don't always understand the ultimate effect it has on business. When you're in LA today, and what's come out of California about having EV trucks not sellable in 2025, what is that going to do to the port? Do you know that every terminal in America by 2030 is supposed to be carbon neutral? How are they going to do that? So there's reality in what's going on versus what politicians are mandating or putting into legislation. And we have to be very, very careful. And we as the business public have to start voicing our opinions. It's not that we don't want to be there, but we have to understand what it's going to take to get there and the technology that's going to be needed and the cost that it's going to, and the price that it's going to cost.
Yeah, I had a question. For me, kind of reverse logistics plays a major part in this ESG process. And getting manufacturers or distributors to kind of see the prize at the end of the tunnel. What are some of the KPIs that you think, obviously carbon's kind of the gold standard, but what should we be showing them to kind of say, hey, here's why we're headed in that direction?
Well, it's a really good question. It kind of speaks to going from a linear supply chain to a circular one in a lot of ways. And I don't know if you saw, I think it was yesterday, Amazon actually came out and said they're going to start charging just $1 on returns on certain items, right? Returns aren't free, and there's a lot of software that's going into looking at helping consumers make better decisions. I'm sure there's a lot of people out here who are going to buy 3 of something to see which one fits, right? And knowing that they're at least going to return the other 2. Why not? It's free. Well, it isn't, and it's a really good point. And I think that, in terms of a measurement of that, I think, a lot of companies that I work with are measuring what their return rate is and trying to understand what's causing those returns. Is it that we're not consistent on size? is that we're not giving the consumer enough information about what they're buying ahead of time. But I do think you're going to start seeing more of what Amazon announced yesterday, where you're going to start seeing people being charged for returns. It just has to. The cost is enormous to companies. Some companies, I was talking to a company last week in Germany where they have 43% return rate in Germany on their items. So it's not sustainable. And I think it's a good point. I think first of all, measuring what it is, trying to identify what the root causes are, and then talking to some of the companies that are really focused on that I could tell you about on how to be able to see if we can reduce our returns is something you'd want to look at.
You think like a corporation is kind of maybe like an end all be all, check some of the boxes, or
Maybe. I don't have all the answers,
okay,
but yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
I have a nitty-gritty question on the reporting. So there's definitely a struggle and lack of standardization for, thank you. Testing. So there's definitely a challenge in the lack of standardization and reporting and visibility, and like you mentioned, comparing those KPIs and showing progress. So some of my questions are around that and selecting a standardized format to ensure that comparability, and also, what tools are out there for shippers to examine route optimization, carbon intensity, and look at the big picture. I know there's a lot of, you can look at online, look at a route, and you can see the greenhouse gas emissions associated with choosing that route, but how do you compare that across the board and implement that in your supply chain?
I could start. I say, the problem, we sort of alluded to this greenwashing a little bit. The problem you have right now today is that nobody knows who's accredited. There are companies, and they're, I think, 15 globally. We as a company use 2 of the gold standards. One is called gold standards. But there are these companies that are accredited to prove that what you see and how you've calculated this is actually the correct analysis and data for carbon emissions. The problem is that today, depending on who you click, everybody has a different one. So there isn't a standard. Now, what we're trying to say, or what we're trying to do, is that all the background work when calculating and doing verifiable offsets, that's there, we can do that. But is there a one standard that we all can use? So like ocean carriers, airlines, trucking, terminals, all of these pieces today are different. You can ship on an ocean carrier in an alliance and ask 3 alliance partners what the carbon emission is on that container, and you'll get 3 different answers on the same ship. So there is challenges, but that's sort of what we're talking about. We're trying to get to a point where we can make it a neutral platform, and it would be sort of a standard.
I think your question's the right one to ask, because I think we're really early on this. And so instead of taking a ready, aim, ready, fire, aim, right? Pick something and look at it. And then once you do that, you'll understand more. Maybe I aim too low, maybe I aim too high, but at least I had a target there. And the more information that comes in, I'll know to adjust it.
I think one of the other things, just to add to your comments, and you may be closer to this than I am, or following it closer, I think one of the things that last year the SEC put forward a vote to move forward on a proposal to come up with climate-related measurements and reporting standards. And the vote passed, and they were supposed to release the rules for these reporting standards on climate-related measurements sometime this year. I think the target was March or April of this year. I have not seen anything, but that's a sign of where some of the standards, I think, are coming. We just haven't seen them yet.
Yeah. I mean, other things, in ESG are, things that we've been measuring for a long time. On-time delivery, cost per unit, all those kind of things. We have it down. We know what, what we should be and what our cost should be, what our service level should be, all of those things. We didn't know that at the beginning when we started. We picked a target and went from there and then looked at honing it and getting better and better at it, right? Same thing will happen with environmental score.
Joey.
George, Rich, folks. I'm Joey Milstein. I'm the CRO at Alba Wheels Up down in New York. We're kind of a boutique 3PL, and most of our customers are very trade sensitive. We deal with the apparel importers, footwear, semiconductors, food and drug. So ESG has become a real focal point at the board level. It's a buzzword. So this is almost serendipitous that I'm here, and arguably the most important part of the conference for me. So, thanks for having this panel. I'm curious, George, you asked the question before, how many companies have an ESG process or program in place? And I thought 10 people would raise their hands, and most people raised their hands. I did not, although we say we do, recycling your plastic and your metal, and saying on an RFP that you deal with like-minded, CO2 aware companies is a policy. How do you define, there's two questions. How do you define what an ESG policy is for both a provider and for a shipper? And do you look at this as a pure expense for both parties, or is it something that can be monetized for a company like mine through technology or through information to share with our prospective and existing clientele?
I'll answer the second one if you want to answer the first one. First of all, answering your second question, I think there is optimization ultimately out of this, and to do the right thing and the green thing, or the less carbon. Ultimately, less carbon in theory means less maybe miles traveled, or more optimum miles traveled, right? I mean, from a transportation standpoint. So is there money in it? If we did it right, if we do it right, I think you'll see savings in this area. But it takes a different paradigm to do that. I think your first question is really where does environmental, social, and governance interact? Do we address these separately? Like, to your point, is it something that is in some areas, some are more advanced than others, but are we looking at where do they intersect? And as far as I would agree with you. I was sort of surprised. I think it's a buzzword. Everybody says, yeah, we have something. We changed the coffee cups in the coffee room. Which, by the way, Starbucks will never change their coffee cups, and they are not environmentally friendly. Now, I'm not saying don't use Starbucks or customers, but there's certain things that they're unwilling to do. It's a brand. It's part of the branding. But over time, that may change. But the policies and how you put it together have to, in my mind, take those three pillars into consideration before you come up with a policy. Because it can't be one or the other. It's a combination of all of them. And I think, again, my view is that it's either you're going to sort of pay now or pay later. You could say all you want and you can check the box, but you're going to have to come up with what is going to be an acceptable form for your customers and your company. Consumers will mandate this over time. And that's just the way I see it happening. And I don't know, Joe, if that answered your questions or if there's any other comments.
Yeah, I think that the process that we're going through, it's not going to be linear. It's, I can use an example of where a company in the fabric world was touting the fact that they took recycled plastic bottles and they made a fabric out of it. And then somebody stood up and said, well, wait a minute, what happens with that apparel goes to a landfill? It'll never break down. Maybe that wasn't a good idea. So, I mean, we're going to continue to try things. Some are going to be better than others, but it's this whole idea of awareness growing. Somebody, like the other day, said, I'm drinking ethically sourced coffee. I'm like, I've been drinking, I didn't know, have I been drinking unethical coffee all this time? I didn't know, you know, so, but it is coming into people's consciousness more and more.
I think we do have to understand where our responsibility lies. And the insetting piece, as difficult as it is, I can't change a factory overnight to be non-carbon. So that's the insetting. What am I doing in my factory to do the stuff that I own? Consumers over time are not going to allow us, I don't think, the fact that you've just taken care of what's in your own backyard, what you own. You're going to ultimately be responsible for that airplane that you're on, even though it's not your airplane. You're going to be responsible for shipping on that ship. It's not your ship. The ship owner's got to become carbon in 2050. That's his problem. No. It's not going to happen that way. You're not going to be allowed to do that. That's the scope 3 piece of it. And I think that's the only thing I would really leave you with. This piece of scope 3, which is something we control and we don't control. We don't own it. It's a vendor of ours. And it's something that we're going to ultimately be called on the carpet about. Peter.
Here, as a final question here. As you brilliantly said, George, politicians don't actually get everything, you know, the substance. And that's right. But
Peter.
Very popular these days for politicians and states and local governments to impose all sorts of things in the interest of reduced pollution and so forth. And some of them are not actually helpful or effective. You've mentioned a few of these zero emission mandates for technology that doesn't exist yet, that has to be implemented. And all the truckers here can talk about the costs of all these things. How do we push back? I mean, we're pushing back against sort of a popular trend that politicians are selling and governments are selling, and even businesses and even hedge funds and BlackRock and Wall Street. Everybody wants to get on the ESG bandwagon, even though a lot of those things don't make sense. It's sort of unpopular. Good.
You know, Peter, that's a very good question. Last week, we were speaking with the heads of the Port of LA and Long Beach. And this initiative about becoming carbon neutral in 7 years from now, 2030, they're looking at what are we going to do? And then you tell them that in 3 years, 2 years, you cannot sell any diesel truck in California. Or, I mean, I don't know the number, but 10,000, 10, 15, 20, 30, 100,000 trucks going to Port of LA and Long Beach a day, and you have maybe 600 EV trucks today. So what happens? But these laws are being put into place. They push back, and then they get blackballed for speaking up publicly. They may lose their jobs. Now, don't put this in the pride. I didn't say that these guys in LA are going to lose their jobs. But to your point, Peter, very unpopular in the political environment to push back on reality, what they see as reality. I think it's a grassroots. It is us. Ultimately, you as the companies, you guys are the ones that have to do it. It has to be talked in the trade organizations. It has to be brought to Washington. There's a lot of people in here that are involved in flow, that are involved in the shipper council stuff. This is where you have to do it. Not two congressmen that sit there and make rules. And I wasn't here, Peter. I didn't hear what you said, but make rules that are unrealistic in many ways. And this is a whole other discussion we can have, Peter and I in particular, about the ocean liner industry, but maybe over a cocktail. But the reality is that it's going to have to come from you guys. You guys are going to have to galvanize this, because there is stuff being enacted that is all good intentions. But there's a timeline, there's a reality to this where the technology is not there yet. And if you do vocalize this in a public type of position, like some of the guys in LA are in, then you get cast aside.
Participate in your CONECT committees and make sure you're using your voice through your association. That's a really good way to get messages through to the regulators and the legislators. Doesn't always work, but if you're quiet, it's not going to work, definitely.
Well said, K1. A round of applause for a really great panel. Thank you so much.
All right, so I'm going to welcome Nate Hermann, who's Vice President for American Apparel and Footwear Association. He oversees the AAFA's policy department, managing the association's lobbying, policy, and regulatory affairs activities. Excuse me, Nate leads AAFA's corporate social responsibilities program. He helps to implement their CSR policy, represents the industry on CSR issues before governmental NGOs and other key stakeholders. He also works with and develops the apparel and footwear industry's data and statistics, and he's the resident economist as well. Prior to joining AAFA, he worked for 6 years at U.S. Department of Commerce in the International Trade Administration, assisting U.S. firms in entering the global market. Nate has a lot of experience in the transportation and logistics industry, and we welcome Nate, and please pay close attention. He has a lot of great information for all of us. Thanks, Nate.
Thanks, Ron. So first of all, I want to thank CONECT for the opportunity to be here and thank Ron for that great introduction. Second, I do want to say that while you might not think so, today's agenda, as always, is a really good agenda put together by CONECT. CONECT's always sort of looking ahead here. CONECT was sort of the first to realize that trade, customs, and logistics have a lot of intersection and that you can't look at one without looking at the other two. Today's program has been set up that to recognize that there's a lot more that goes into decisions than what happened a few years ago. So you have economic issues, you have environmental issues, you have social issues, governance issues. We're going to be talking about UFLPA later today. We're going to be talking about transportation issues, particularly with the ocean later today and air. We talked this morning about China. All these intersect to a decision that companies make. And you cannot look at one part alone anymore. And so you have to look at the whole picture. And so what is being presented by CONECT today is the whole picture. I'm hoping to try and tie all that together in my short presentation here. Second, I wanted to start with a piece of good news. The good news is that it's bright and sunny outside, and we are in Newport, Rhode Island. So it's a beautiful day. So hopefully at lunch, you guys will be able to step out and enjoy it this evening as well. Because the rest of what I'm going to talk about is not particularly good news. So why don't I go ahead and get started here. Again, Nate Hermann, Senior Vice President for Policy at the American Apparel and Footwear Association. We're a traditional industry association representing apparel and footwear brands and retailers, as well as suppliers in the industry, represent over 1,000 named brands. We work on a lot of issues, but you can see out of those 3 pillars, one pillar is completely devoted to why all of you are here: trade, logistics, and manufacturing. But all those other pillars play in to trade, logistics, manufacturing decisions. And so that's why we have all those 3 pillars together. So what I'm going to talk about today, really briefly, is sort of where we stand, what are the trade issues that are impacting our industry, but also impacting most industries. And most of what I'm going to be talking about today impacts all industries, not just the apparel and footwear industry. Transportation issues and then regulation. And you heard a lot about that this morning. You'll hear more about that this afternoon. But I'm just going to talk about how that impacts trade and logistics decisions. So let's start with where we stand today. So obviously the economy is soft. We're seeing demand for logistics way, way down. For a lot of different reasons, but I just want to put that conversation in context. Is that look how many clothes and shoes all of you, all of your families, all your friends buy every year in the United States. This number is for 2021. We're still putting the final numbers together for 2022, but it'll be higher for 2022. So we're still talking about a lot of clothes and shoes are being bought every single year by every single American. So while we just have to look at things in context, we're not riding like where we were in 2021 and 2022, but we're still doing pretty well. So why are we not riding as high as we were in 2021 and 2022? Is that we're seeing a lot of impact of what's happened with the economy. COVID opened everything up. People wanted to go out. So all of a sudden they spent a lot more money on things that were other than clothes and shoes. They went into restaurants, they went out to bars, they went to the theater, they went on trips. They were spending a lot of their money for services. So all of a sudden, all the demand for product, including in our industry, declined. And all of you are experiencing that now. And so we see the prices hit rock bottom. We're back at 2008 levels. We're seeing prices, we're seeing everything working a lot better because there's no demand, but we're also seeing huge inventory gluts. That means that people might not be demanding for a long time coming, even if consumer demand picks up. And so this is what we're seeing. So e-commerce growth has slowed. It's still in the high single digits, but for a long time, for over 2 years, it was in the high double digits. And so this is showing the slowing growth in e-commerce. We're seeing that in brick and mortar as well. Look at how things have stalled at clothing and shoe stores and at department stores. This is emblematic of most stores that sell product. And you're seeing this all in all of your businesses today. And this is where everybody's spending their money. This is restaurant and bar sales have surged. So this is where I'm spending my money. I hope you guys are as well. So this is where all the money is going to. So it's not that the money is not being spent, it's just not being spent on goods anymore. So the money is still being spent, but things like inflation still matter. In our industry, in apparel and footwear, we were in for over 2 decades, a deflationary industry, where actually the amount you spent on clothes and shoes as a family went down practically every year, both in real numbers and in nominal numbers. For the first time ever, well, not first time ever, but the first time in over 2 decades, we're experiencing inflation in our industry. So that means people are raising prices. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. There was COVID, there was a supply chain crisis, obviously, and the trade war with China and a lot of other factors that go into those rising prices. But that has also deterred people buying clothes and shoes. Now we're starting to see possibly the bottom of that with shoes, but we'll have to see how the numbers play out. The numbers just came out this morning for March, and the overall numbers for apparel were still in the 4.5–5% range, but footwear was still pretty low. So maybe we're seeing the bottom of it for footwear, but apparel is still going high. So what are the trade issues that we're facing in this environment? Well, let's talk about the government. The government always says they're there to help you. But what have we seen in the trade space? We talked about China this morning, and I'll talk about that a little more in a moment. But everything that we use as an industry, at least in our case, to support our efforts on trade has not gone anywhere or has expired. So the Generalized System of Preferences program, which benefits a lot of companies in the room, or used to benefit a lot of companies in the room, Congress has allowed that to expire. It's been expired for over 2 years. This is something that passes by overwhelming margins. Last time it passed the House, it passed by a margin of 425-1. So why is this stalled? Why hasn't this been renewed? Miscellaneous tariff bill, same thing. Again, a temporary duty benefit for certain goods coming into the United States. Been expired for over 2 years. No real good reason. The Biden administration, they came in and decided they're not going to do any new trade agreements. So new opportunities to get duty-free access for certain markets no longer exists. Instead, they replaced the trade agreements with what they're calling initiatives. So you have the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, the America Promotional Economic, I can't remember the program. So they've done this in the Indo-Pacific, they've done it in the Americas, done with Taiwan, done it with Kenya. These do not include any market access provisions at all. So there's no hope, even if these initiatives move forward, which is debatable because what's the incentive for other countries if they don't get market access to the United States to do things on the environment, to do things on labor, to open up their markets if they're not getting market access in the United States. Even if these move forward, again, no new market access. And then even in areas where we've tried to work to improve current trade agreements, so I'll use the CAFTA-DR or the US Central America Dominican Republic Free Trade Agreement as an example, we've run into huge opposition. We're just talking about, for example, there's one provision in the apparel space in CAFTA-DR called short supply. It basically says if material is not available in the United States or Central America, then you can use it and still qualify for duty-free. You can use it from a third country and still qualify for duty-free in the agreement. We can't even get them to use this provision. We're not asking for any changes to how it's implemented. We're just saying you're supposed to be implementing this and you have not done it. You're not reading your own rules, you're not using your own rules, and therefore there's been no new short supply petitions that have been approved in about 5 years. And there's great opportunities for Central America to take business away from China, but because the rules currently are so restrictive in this free trade agreement, they have not realized those opportunities. And so we're asking for just simple, just enforce the rules, and we can't get anywhere on that. Then you have other agreements. The most recent one, the US-Mexico-Canada agreement, the replacement to NAFTA, has provisions that make it even more difficult to operate. The one being something called the Rapid Response Mechanism. And those of you in the auto industry are probably very familiar with this, but this allows the US Department of Labor to go into Mexico and investigate labor allegations in a specific factory. And we've seen this used a lot in the auto industry. There is a lot of concerns that we'll start seeing cases in the apparel industry. This puts a chill on trade. There are legitimate reasons for them to go in and investigate labor rights violations, but it does put a chill on trade. So what about China? You heard a lot from Amy this morning, great presentation. There are a lot of issues with China. I would go further on a couple of places that Amy didn't go on with China. First is that it's not just getting the final product from China. You know, our industry is extremely, extremely dependent on China. Those numbers were a lot higher back in 2016 before the trade war. So, but even so, we're still very dependent. That number was 75% for footwear, 85% for what we call travel goods or accessories. It was 45% for apparel. These numbers are still crazy high. And that's with us trying to get out of China. But the other problem is all the materials that go into clothes and shoes and accessories are made in China. So over half the yarns and fabrics that go into clothes and shoes are made in China. So even if we move the production to another country, there's still a really good chance that we're using Chinese textiles. We're still using Chinese zippers. We're still using Chinese soles and Chinese leather for our footwear. And so this makes it even more difficult because I would go further than Amy. I've heard directly from US government officials saying that you really should get out of China. And when they say get out of China, they mean go all the way out of China, not just for the final product, but all the way back to the raw material. And we're going to talk more about the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, or UFLPA, later today. That's one of the reasons for that. And I can talk about that more in a moment. The other thing to think about with China that was not mentioned, and I'm going to give Ron some credit for this, is that think about all the carriers that are owned by Chinese companies. Think if something happens with President Xi with Taiwan and he wants to hold the world hostage. What can you do with those ocean carriers? Just think about that as another thought of where we could go with China. Talk about bringing trade to a halt. Okay, so what about the alternatives? These are some of the alternatives in our industry. Not great alternatives because every single one of these countries has an issue. Some, for the most basic, is Vietnam just doesn't have the capacity to handle all the companies that are trying to go in there and all the industries that are trying to go in there. They were having a lot of problems still coming out of their last lockdown, so they're not even full capacity from that, and they just can't handle all the new business coming in, which can lead to a lot of other issues, such as forced labor, where they bring in workers from Laos or Cambodia or elsewhere, and they're in forced labor conditions. So it can lead to a lot of other issues there. So, but I'll just go around the world here. So Nicaragua. Nicaragua is the place to go to in Central America for a number of years. You can get your product produced, be produced on time. It was well done. What do we have now? We have a regime running Nicaragua who has basically banned most of Holy Week over the last week, because now they've declared war not only on all their political opposition and all the labor opposition in the country, but they've declared war on the Catholic Church. To the point that President Biden has given himself the authority through an executive order he signed over the summer that he can impose an import ban on products from Nicaragua at any point with no notice. So that puts a little bit of chill if you're looking at sourcing from Nicaragua. So that's just another example. Let's pick another country here. Let's go with Egypt. Do I have Egypt on the list? No, I don't have Egypt on the list. Okay, Egypt should be on this list because what's happened over the weekend. Okay, Egypt was a fairly stable place to source from. They have duty-free access through the qualified industrial zones. Not a bad place to source. You do have a military regime running the country. As long as you can avoid any nexus with the military, you should be in good shape. Well, what about those leaked papers that came out this weekend related to Ukraine? It said that the Egyptian military, which is the ruling regime in the country, is thinking about supplying arms to Russia. So all of a sudden, a country that was pretty safe now might be facing sanctions from the United States, including economic sanctions. So there are not a lot of really wonderful alternatives there. There's some that are less bad, but that's the best I can say for most of these countries. And again, none of these countries are like China, where they can give you from dirt to shirt. Most of these places can't do that. Some can replicate most of that, but not all of that. So let's talk about the transportation issues. Again, I'm talking to a crowd that is living and breathing these issues. So a lot of this is going to be known to you, but I'll talk about sort of, first of all, the immediate threats. West Coast port labor contract negotiations. Obviously, things are not going well in those negotiations. Their contract expired back on July 1st. So we're talking about now we're getting to be 8-9 months with no contract. And what's happened over the weekend is a demonstration that things are getting a little dicey. So first, and this started last week, we had workers not taking lunch shift all at the same time in the Port of LA and Port of Long Beach at certain terminals. Then over the weekend, we just had work gangs not showing up at all to work. And then they stopped that. So that was Thursday, Friday, went into Saturday a little bit. Then on Saturday and Sunday, they were claiming a lot of equipment was not safe, and therefore they couldn't work. And then on Monday, they showed up late to work in a lot of terminals, which then squeezed all the times and then created delays. Now, some of those things were not major impacts because it was sporadic and only at LA and Long Beach. We know that LA and Long Beach has lost a lot of business over the last couple of years to the east and Gulf coasts. And we know that demand is way down. So there's not a lot of ships waiting outside LA and Long Beach right now. But if that goes and gets a lot worse, we can see major problems. So now a lot of you are saying, oh, great, we moved all our business to the East Coast or the Gulf Coast, so we're safe. Look at when the contract's up on the East Coast. It's not that far away. So think about that. Rail has been a huge mess throughout COVID. We almost faced a rail strike last fall. We had to have Congress step in and intervene and force the two sides to agree to a contract. So we came that close to a strike. But there's still a lot of problems with the railroads. A lot of it stems back to something the railroads started right before COVID, which is the precision railroading. So this has created a lot of problems, including many are alleging what happened in East Palestine, Ohio, with the derailment, is that it's created a lot of unsafe circumstances because of the way the trains are stacked. So there's gonna be a lot of scrutiny on the railroads. But precision railroading has also done a lot with labor, because a lot of these trains, the railroads reduced the staff on these trains to 1 or 2 engineers. Talking about trains that were hundreds of cars long, that were run just by a couple engineers and conductors. So staff got very upset. We also heard during the strike about sick leave, that you could not actually take sick leave, even if you wanted to go, or bereavement leave. If your father just died and you wanted to go to your father's funeral, you weren't able to do that. So that's created a lot of labor issues. And so there has been a labor shortage on the rails. And so if they have to change some of their policies and move away from precision railroading and add a lot more staff, they're not going to have the staff to add. And so that's going to be another problem. Some of those issues being dealt with. A number of railroads have struck deals with some of their unions on sick leave, which alleviates part of the problem, but not the whole problem. Then, of course, warehouse capacity. We've seen all this excess inventory that's out there. This is wrong inventory because all of my members mistakenly thought that what happened over COVID would continue forever. And because the shipping crisis started ordering shipments 9, 12 months, sometimes 18 months out. And so when those shipments came in, nobody wanted casual, comfy clothes anymore. They wanted clothes to go out in. They wanted clothes to go back to work in. So they had all the wrong inventory. All that inventory, there's no place to store it because there's no warehouse capacity. And if you read all the information out there, warehouse capacity is going to get even more tight because a lot of new warehouse projects are being put on hold. And so that means a lot more people storing product in trucks, which means a chassis problem and all the rest. Okay, and so then finally, we know that we're not facing the shipping crisis that we were even 6 to 8 months ago. And that's because demand has dropped off a cliff. So we don't have the delays, we don't have all the problems, but the question is, did we actually fix anything over this time? Yes, the Ocean Shipping Reform Act was approved by Congress. We'll hear more about that this afternoon. Hopefully the Federal Maritime Commission will do more oversight, as it should have been doing already. But has anything actually been fixed? What happens if that demand gets turned back on? Are we right back where we were a year ago? Ask yourselves that question. Has any of the fundamental problems that we faced that led to the shipping crisis been fixed? Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about is, and I am almost out of time, is regulation is coming. To paraphrase a term from Game of Thrones, regulation is coming. This affects every decision that every company, every one of my members makes related to where they purchase product from, how they ship it from that place to where they're selling it. And there's a whole range of regulation that's coming. Weaker Forced Labor Prevention Act, we'll talk more about that again. But that's one part of something called the US Forced Labor Statute, which has been used to stop shipments from multiple places in multiple industries. We've seen this with palm oil from Malaysia and Indonesia. We've seen this with rubber gloves. We've seen this with Thai fishing vessels. We've seen this with tobacco from Africa. We've seen it used in a lot of different ways in a lot of different places. We have in our industry the New York Fashion Act, which would require us to do a whole range of things related to social responsibility and sustainability. But that's the only one that applies to us. All these, besides that one, apply to every industry, not just the apparel and footwear industry. So you have corporate sustainability due diligence regulation in Europe, which requires you to be responsible for anything that happens in your supply chain related to human rights or sustainability back to the raw material, which also means you need to know your supply chain back to the raw material. You have the digital product passport that's being pushed, where you have to give all the sustainability factors of your product, which means you're going to need to know everything that goes into that product back to the raw material, which again, you need that traceability and transparency in your supply chain. All these are going to impact trade decisions. All these are going to impact shipping decisions. We have climate. We talked in the last panel about climate. While the Securities and Exchange Commission is not moving fast on their climate proposal, California is about ready to pass legislation that will require climate reporting for any company above a certain revenue that has a nexus with California, which is pretty much everyone. And so it's coming, and it's coming very quickly. Now, in our industry, we've created something called the Threads Protocol on sustainability and social responsibility, where we're trying to say how this legislation and this regulation should be coming. That it needs to be science-based, harmonized, transparent, a number of other items, all using the Threads acronym. So that answers Peter's last question to the last panel, is that we're trying to make sure this regulation is done right, but the regulation's coming regardless. As my boss always says, with this regulation, we can be at the table or we can be on the table. So keep that in mind. Okay, so just in concluding, turbulent waters ahead, you need to make contingency plans and prepare for the regulations. Thanks. Do we have any time for questions, or we need to go into lunch? Okay. There's one over there.
Who's got a question?
Yeah. This one.
Hello, it's me again, Jeremy with the BNSF Railway. We should just have an impromptu rail panel. So I do, with apologies, I do want to clarify one of the statements that you made about rail labor. There are no one-person train crews. We have been for many, many years, two-person train crews. You have an engineer and a conductor. There are in the locomotives. I think what you're referring to is that there have been negotiations where we have looked at the possibility of having the engineer in the locomotive and then roaming conductors on the ground within a particular region to respond to any issues with trains. But there are no one-person train crews running. The other thing in regards to the precision scheduled railroading is BNSF is the only Class 1 railroad that did not officially adopt a PSR operation. And so if anybody has any questions more about what is PSR and why BNSF did not adopt it, I'd be happy to answer those for you if you want to see me over the course of the day or into tomorrow. But again, I just want to clarify that on the train crews, because it is two-person train crews, no one person.
So you've mentioned all this kind of turbulence that we have coming in front of us. The one thing that you didn't kind of touch upon is the looming possibility of a UPS strike, which would certainly cripple all of us, or a lot of us, let's say. So the question is, are you guys looking at any kind of surge in e-commerce as we get closer and closer, and there's more and more rhetoric coming in the press before July 31st?
So a good point, Dan. Thanks for raising that. I did not mention that in lieu of time, but it's interesting with e-commerce because e-commerce is usually a direct-to-consumer business, and so it's hard to plan that you're going to have sales direct to a consumer. So it's going to be hard to plan to surge ahead of that because if consumers are not buying it, then there's no reason to be using a UPS in the first place. UPS is a delivery vehicle for when there's a e-commerce purchase. And so that's going to make it hard to sort of do the rush, which is what our industry usually does when we're talking about, oh, we're worried about a port strike or something like that. We can't do that kind of rush with UPS because they're only used when there is the demand from the consumer. If the consumer is not all of a sudden demanding a bunch of stuff because they know a strike is coming, that's a problem. Now, consumers are a lot more savvy. I mean, we know all that. In your conversations at parties and stuff, people actually knew what the supply chain crisis was because everybody personally lived it when they were waiting for their sweater or their shirt or whatever. But I'm not sure they're going to understand that a UPS strike is coming. Thank you. Question back there. I don't have a microphone, but one coming.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Amanda Valdez with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and I would just like to make an important distinction between the labor negotiations that are taking place on the West Coast versus the East Coast. So the West Coast has been operating without a contract for 11 months, whereas we're 11 months ahead of any expiration. We've taken the opportunity to flush out any issues at the local level before we move on to regional, the master contract. And simultaneously, that's happening while ports all over the East and Gulf Coast are making massive investments to prepare and handle any incoming surges and then sustain that volume. So just wanted to call that out, but thank you.
Thanks. Okay, with that, I'm standing between you and lunch, so I will get off the stage. Thank you, everyone.
Again, Max Vekic, we're very fortunate that Max came up from Washington, D.C. Max is the most recently nominated individual to be a commissioner at the Federal Maritime Commission, nominated by Joe Biden. Went through a series of hearings at the U.S. Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, whereas he was confirmed by the U.S. Senate. And Max brings an interesting background that I think you are probably the first longshoreman that has been appointed to the Federal Maritime Commission. And Max was a member of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. Some people think it's an ILW workers union. And he was the president of one of the locals there. And then interestingly was served for quite a long time at the Washington State Legislature as a representative, elected and reelected representative from Washington State, Puget Sound area to the state legislature. So he's been involved for a long time in governance, but we are delighted to have Max there. And with Max present, we now have, for the first time in my lifetime, a Federal Maritime Commission with all 5 commissioners thinking that they are actually working for the U.S. taxpayer, the U.S. exporter, the U.S. importer, agriculture, retail, and so forth. I don't think we've had it before. We've had commissioners who thought they were working for steamship lines or for lawyers for steamship lines, but now we've got 5 commissioners representing the U.S. industry. Max Vekic, welcome.
Hi, I'm Max Vekic, and I was until February of last year, a working union longshore worker on the West Coast. And last year would have been my 50th year on the waterfront. So, and I gotta say, some of the speeches earlier, in 50 years, I never was on strike. So some of the fear out there about a strike, I would think, I want to point out that I am now a pensioner of that union, full disclosure, but I'm not in that game, but I still root for my team. And 50 years, no strike, that's a long time. And during COVID, which dominated some of the earlier discussions, my fellow workers, they soldiered right on through, and LA Long Beach got a bad rap, as did a lot of places, but they still moved record volumes of cargo. As a result of COVID, 5 of my coworkers didn't make it very long. They passed away from COVID. They didn't stop working. 5 out of 150. That's quite a few. So anyway, but I think it's great that the West Coast is still working. Someone will ask me that question later. I just thought I'd get it out there right now. You know, they're still working. They don't have a contract. They haven't had a contract for months. But then again, I bet the farm they'll never go on strike. So just if that makes some of you happy, that's good. If it doesn't, well, that's how I see it. And I thought I'd just take care of that, give you the answer ahead of time. So I've had a long time, I've had a lot of chance to work on the waterfront. And as any longshoreman will tell you, it's all about moving cargo. The first thing you learn when you work on the docks is you got to move cargo. Cargo's not moving, you're not doing your job. So the same is true at the FMC. If cargo's not moving, the FMC is not doing their job to try to facilitate freight fluidity and incentivize cargo movement. Those are important mantras that now are part of our agency. I can't speak of what it was like before I got there, but the day I got sworn in, there were 109 ships at anchor in San Pedro Basin. I don't think there's anything on anchor right now in San Pedro Basin. So I think we've come a long way. There's no silver bullets. You still move containerized cargo the same old way, 1 container at a time, or maybe 2 at a time on double. So that's the silver bullet, is just put your head down and continue to work in there. That's been going on. The Federal Maritime Commission is not just standing by the sideline, though, with a watchful eye. They're on the field, and they're a referee. They're ensuring fairness for all parties. Now, we're a regulatory agency, and the FMC is my agency, and we're working at full steam to implement something that's called OSRA 22. And that's not the only tool we have in our toolbox. We're also using those existing tools to their fullest potential, which they weren't done before. I think Peter's exactly right. All 5 commissioners now are serious about enforcement and are serious about moving cargo, and they're serious about using the FMC to accomplish those goals, and otherwise doing their jobs. Additionally, there's other things we're working on, and I'm working on, to create some additional tools that will greatly assist the agency to oversee the competitive impact of some of the largest players in the industry. You know, this is a good time to be a shipper. I'd say it's better to be a shipper now than it was 2 years ago, because you finally got someone in DC, an agency that's going to listen to you. But you need to make your voice heard. You got a problem, you need to contact my agency. I'm going to provide a brief update on OSTRA 22, and then I'm going to highlight some of the enforcement efforts of the agency, and then I'll identify some additional authorities that would further assess our agency. So we didn't talk about slide management, but this would be a good time to move to the second slide if we haven't already done that. Okay. So just briefly, FMC 101. We were established in 1961. We're an independent agency. Oh, is that the clicker? Okay, so I'm in charge. Okay. I guess it's like a player coach. Okay. And oddly enough, I am a longtime Boston Celtics fan, which is kind of weird, but I am. So the agency was established in 1961. We are an independent regulatory agency. We are not part of the Department of Transportation. And our mission statement is to ensure a competitive and reliable international ocean transportation supply system that supports the US economy and protects the public from unfair and deceptive practices. Now, as I read that, that's the American public. So I like to think we're on the side of the Americans. So we are the expert agency, and we're the ones that have the enforcers and the economists and the attorneys. So we enforce the Shipping Act. So OSTRA 22 is an amendment and change, expansion of the Shipping Act. And the Shipping Act was established to create a non-discriminatory process with minimum government intervention and cost to provide efficient and economic transportation systems. And I gotta say, in my years working on the waterfront, the word efficient wasn't really used that often. To encourage the development of US flag liner fleet for national security needs, and to promote the growth of US exports and reliance on the marketplace. And I say in exports there, but I know we have a lot of importers here as well. That also is really important to the FMC. And OSTRA 22, the Ocean Shipping Reform Act 2022, we're still in the process of unpacking the additional authorities that OSTRA 22 gave the agency, but we're well along in the process. And some of this deals with rulemaking that I can't really get into because I'm not allowed to get into it. But briefly, some things that have changed and are new are charge complaints. OSTRA 22's providing the commission with the authority to refund detention and demurrage charges if such charges do not meet specific criteria. And to date, the agency has received almost 300 complaints, and most of those have been resolved. So if you have an issue, take it to the FMC without fear of retaliation. Truly, because retaliation is also a violation of the Shipping Act. So, and the FMC is going to want to know that. So you have power. So our new rulemaking is going to deal with unreasonable refusals to deal or negotiate with respect to vessel space, accommodation, including export cargoes. So after receiving input from 30 different entities, associations, members of Congress, we issued a supplemental rule which allowed the commission to consider additional ways to strengthen the rule and to bring more clarity on when the commission will consider it unreasonable to refuse vessel space. So how many times in your life do you get to define the term unreasonable? Well, we're doing that now. The supplemental rule afforded the industry with another opportunity to comment. You're the industry here now. To comment on the commission's proposal And we're still in the process of digesting the extensive comments. We definitely heard from Peter. I'm doing everything I can to ensure that we protect fair access to vessel space for all shippers. Detention and demurrage billing practices. The rulemaking provides specific requirements for contents of invoices. We received over 200 comments from international interested parties. We're in the process of evaluating these comments as well. And we'll be finalizing a proposed rule to provide clarity in the area of what information is required for detention and demurrage invoices. So clarity, that means no more shades of gray. We'd like black and white clarity on invoices. We'd like you to be able to check the boxes, and you better check all the boxes. Or carriers, you better be able to check all the boxes. And if you don't check all the boxes, well, that's not good. So we want the same standard for everybody. We want uniformity and regularity, and isn't that something? Reliability. That would be another great word we don't often hear on involved with the waterfront international trade. But that's something that we're working on. We're also working on, finally, unfair and unjust discriminatory practices. We'll soon be issuing a proposed rule to further define what's unfair and unjust discriminatory methods. And all of these are spurred by OSTRA as a means of refocusing the Commission's attention on the needs of the shippers. Again, that's most of you in the room, the shippers. So I think it's fair to say that OSTRA 22 is shipper friendly. I think that's very fair to say. And you should feel good about that because there's a lot of work and input. But you need to do your part too. You need to bring your issues to the FMC when you have a problem, have a complaint. The carrier behavior has changed, and for the better, I think, overall, because of OSTRA 22. Well, let's talk briefly about the FMC's enforcement agency efforts. The Commission's enforcement program is also moving full steam ahead to identify unjust and unfair industry practices. Since I've been at the Commission, 3 of the largest settlements and enforcement proceedings in recent history have resulted in over $3 million in civil penalties. The monetary penalties, however, are not the most important aspect of our enforcement efforts. What's important is to identify the types of cases which we are prioritizing at the FMC. 3 recent formal proceedings involved: 1, earliest return date, there we are, prohibiting, I don't need to go into that because you know what that is. Appointment availability, you also know what that is. And the merchant clause. I'll go into that one a little bit. Requiring an adequate definition of a merchant and carrier bills of lading and ensuring that only the proper party in interest is subject to the collection efforts. It's not just a scattergun approach that everybody in the supply chain is going to get billed for a transaction. That went on too much during the port congestion time that we're out of now, mostly out of. And the FMC is going to be much more proactive and involved. But on these issues, it's up to you to bring complaints to the agency where there is a problem. Because all the agency's going to build on are your complaints. So really, this is from the bottom up. And these bottom up things can turn into precedents. And precedents are great when you have administrative law judges working for you. So these strategic enforcement efforts are designed to expend resources where they have the greatest impact. Each of these areas have been identified by you, by the industry, as being particular problems. And the FMC has responded by prioritizing these types of cases. And we think they'll have the greatest impact on your concerns. Additionally, I'm spearheading an effort in the agency to update our internal enforcement procedures to create a more efficient and flexible process for all of our enforcement efforts. In fact, there's going to be legislation proposed probably next week, I think, from Garamendi and Johnson, who are the sponsors of the of OSRA, and it's along the same lines to help my agency be able to do their job better and be a better regulator. And I think the value of the FMC being a better regulator is it more of a deterrent effect on overcharging or mischarging on demurrage and detention. And if the agency has a better hammer, I think it serves as, why would you want to deal with that if you're a carrier or a shipper for that matter? Why not just make sure you fly right and, act straight? And finally, we have, at the FMC, we've witnessed a dramatic increase in the number of private complaints filed at the Commission. These cases contain some very interesting questions of law, which are now going to become before the Commission, and they include the liability of carriers for the action of their subcontractors. Now, where this is going to get your interest, namely, or the practice of a railroad in assessing detention and demurrage can be imputed to the carriers as a principal. So I don't know if there's anybody still from the railroads in here, but I'd be happy to talk to them afterwards. And because frankly, at the FMC, I think we all feel the railroads need more scrutiny when vis-a-vis when the supply chain is involved. FMC, we're all about port congestion, but that supply chain goes right to the railhead. So that's our view at the FMC. So the FMC agreement review process, I requested for Congress to revisit the FMC's review process. And just as OSRA 22 strengthened our agency's tools, I believe we can do more. I think so do the congressmen. They also share that same thought. And this idea had its seeds in the room when President Biden signed OSRA 22. These congressmen, Garamendi and Johnson, said to me, well, this is great, but we can do more. We want to work with you to do more. So this was my idea of doing more. So essentially, we're going to provide the agency with the ability to reject a carrier and MTO agreement without first having to go to court, to streamline the process and afford the agency a more efficient and effective process of reviewing carrier and MTO agreements to ensure they are not excessively anti-competitive. Remember, the FMC we're the regulator. We want to keep competition out there, and that's in your interest. Now, this is an area where we need your help. We understand that there may be legislative initiatives, which I just told you about. And just as you did with OSRA 22, we could use your help and your support to see these initiatives succeed. The FMC remains dedicated to doing everything we can to ensure competitive and efficient transportation systems, ocean transportation systems, that meet the needs of U.S. shippers. It's been an honor to be here today at the New England Trade and Transportation Conference, and I congratulate CONECT on 30 years of problem solving. As we say on the docks, let's go to work.
All right, Jen is known to folks here. Jen is a shipper now, so we're talking about shippers. Ocean spray cranberries, we all love it. But Jen's background is really amazing because it covers so many places. I mean, 4PL, retail, consumer products, NVO, agriculture. What else? That's it? That's a lot. That is a lot. That's enough. And so really appreciate, Jen, that you're here. Now, Jen is a member, was appointed to the National Shipper Advisory Committee. There are 24 members of that committee, importers and exporters, 12 importers, 12 exporters. There'll be some customs brokers probably added to that and freight forwarders added to that in coming months. But in that role, I think Jen has a large voice, significant voice in what the Federal Maritime Commission is receiving, should be listening to, in terms of what the trade needs in ocean transportation. So really, Jen is our spokesperson on the National Shipper Advisory Committee. Jen, thank you very much.
Thank you all. I appreciate the invitation. I'm going to try and navigate to the slides that I prepared. Here we go. We're a little bit ahead. So I won't go into, can everyone hear me okay? How's that? Thank you. I'm not going to go into too much of what Peter's already given you a little bit of my background, but the key point here is that I am part of the National Shipper Advisory Committee. Some of my other committee members are in the room with us today, and I'll say that my voice is one of 24, and we are all a very collaborative committee. We've all come together looking at all aspects of marine delivery within the US, in and out, and what we've seen is that even though importers and exporters have different needs, at the end of the day, we have a lot of similarities in the ultimate goals of shippers, whether being an importer or an exporter. So the committee itself is working under 3 separate subcommittees to help support the targets that the FMC has asked us to help with. I'm a part of the Data and Visibility Subcommittee, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the data points that the team, the committee itself has aligned and recommended formally to the FMC and are under review for the MTDI that the other Commissioner Bensel is actually working on now. The committee also has a subcommittee focused on chassis and a subcommittee focused on D&D. And there is an intersection between these things because if you can't get the data on your booking, you often can't pick it up in time or deliver it on time and typically incur D&D. The ultimate goal that I see as part of the MTDI is to form a collaboration and a partnership between all the parties that are working towards the booking. So there's always been that partnership between the BCO and the transportation providers. They leverage to move cargo from one point to another. And now more than ever, especially after the past 2, say 3 years of major upheaval, I've taken a deep breath and looked back and realized that we're ripe for change and we're ripe to work together now more than ever and come together to find ways to more expeditiously move product on and off the terminals across the country. And that is the marine terminals as well as the inland depots. I have a key number of data points that both importers and exporters have been very focused on. Although the list of data points that we've compiled is extremely long, these are the focal points that I think are critical in reducing redundancies and keeping D&D and expediency at the forefront. So those mirror images of the export and the import trade are the receiving window and the pickup window, and the ability to have containers available for loading or be able to collect those containers for unloading to make them available again to be reloaded, and the through-bill intermodal events that happen at the rail yards in the inland areas. These things are all critical to both importers and exporters, and we have been promised by Commissioner Bensel that he is seriously considering the severity of not having visibility to these tools. And really for me, I think about the different formats in which we collect this data as shippers and the different nomenclature that all the providers within the transaction use for the same events. And I think one of the critical things for all shippers is to be able to harmonize and unify the meanings of data that we see online in a rudimentary track and trace, and to be able to harness that and pull it into our own systems in whatever manner is best for each shipper. So not every shipper has the same capabilities technologically, and even easy things, I'll use air quotes around easy, things such as CSV files or XML files that can be downloaded using shipper credentials to be able to adequately manage your network and keep costs low. I'll just pause there a moment in case anyone had any questions about this slide in particular.
I have a question.
Sure.
My question, maybe you'll address it later. Is this data that every company and participant is supposed to be providing? Who do they provide it to, and how do you get it? How accessible is it?
So the getting it right now is the trickiest part. I'll speak personally for myself. You're constantly scrubbing and researching on portals to figure out when you should be delivering your cargo and when you can pick up your cargo. So the ability to have that harmonized and delivered to the shipper as part of the booking from the time the container is released for loading until the time the container is returned empty is critical. There are a lot of man hours spent in searching through the multiple platforms and portals that you need to determine where your container is or what your cutoffs are. I hope that answers your question.
So this is not going to be data that's all put into some central portal that somebody runs and then you go in and get it? Or is it what the carrier's expected to provide to the shipper or the NVO and so forth?
I don't know what the end result would look like. I can't imagine one portal where all of this data lives together. And maybe I'm just not advanced enough in my thinking to picture that. Instead, I'm envisioning accessibility through either API or EDI or some kind of drop and drag from portals that already exist. I think many transportation providers, whether they be carriers or rail or ocean carriers, rail, draymen, have this data. It's not easily accessible to shippers right now.
Right. And I think a lot of people really applaud what you and Mike Simonanis and all the rest. And to give you an idea of the diversity of this, Jen, with ocean spray, cranberries, a processed product, and then you have the chair, I guess right now, is with Louis Dreyfus Cotton, Allenberg Cotton. So you got a big cotton exporter. So you got all sorts of cargoes in there. But that's just the ongoing question, how that information gets transmitted to whomever needs it.
I think everyone has their own idea about how it should be presented, and big shippers have the intention that it would all be pushed to them systemically. And that's great, right? That works for, maybe the largest retailers that are out there. That doesn't necessarily work for smaller shippers. And the very small, Ocean Spray is a medium-sized exporter. We're definitely working with some of the largest exporters in the country on the committee. But we still need to harness that data somehow and to take it in to be able to make sense of it. So I think one of the biggest challenges as a shipper is the nomenclature for the same events. And I know I've mentioned that before, but if you think about just looking at one carrier's website versus another, unless you're experienced and you've done that work for a number of years, it's hard to interpret what those events mean. So newer personnel coming on and being trained, it's really difficult to train folks on what the different acronyms mean and what those status events are. And I'd love to see greater clarity around that.
That's great. By the way, I'm asking questions that Jen and I have talked about, but I'm asking questions that I know there's no answer to yet.
Yeah.
I mean, you're all developing these things, and I don't think there's a human being who knows the answer to all these yet. So appreciate you moving forward with it. And that's another one. You know, if you are Amazon, you could probably get the ocean carrier in your contract to agree to all sorts of data, which maybe you're saying a medium size. There are a lot that are smaller in ocean spray. You're just lucky to get on the ship.
We've been very lucky to get on the ship in the past year, and it's not for the lack of trying or the partnership that we have with our carriers. Our carriers have been extremely supportive and willing to work with us. The crisis that we've seen over the past 2 years, you know, God willing, it never replicates, but I think it's a critical time for us to think about what has happened and what we can do to make sure that it never replicates to that magnitude again, because of all of the other speakers before me that have mentioned the different crises that are on our horizon and the potential for major upheaval again. Yep. So I do want to make a plea for the committee here, and that is really to reach out to us. So we are a small committee. If you think about the number of shippers there are across the country, there are 24 of us, and we realize that our perspectives are not the complete perspectives of the entire shipping community of the US. So we're very eager to hear from our peers and from our partners across the country to understand what could help move and improve basically the delivery of product through the US by ocean, and therefore keep our economy as strong as it possibly can be, whether you're an importer or an exporter, a carrier, the rail, a 3PL, or a trucking company that helps support ocean transportation. I think all opinions in these discussions are very necessary. So I have here, the easiest way to contact the committee is through the email that's on the screen there, but we're very eager to hear from all, so please do write us.
Because I'm going to ask you guys first.
Microphone stealing. Before we go to John, so I got a couple questions that I think are the questions you all are trying to address, and I wonder if people here have any. But one is, what data do people feel they need, right? So you talk about nomenclature, but what data do you need if you're an NVO, a 3PL, an importer, an exporter, and so forth? And then how should it get to you, right? Is that basically the thrust here? And I don't know if people have any thoughts, what information you're not getting that you could use that'll help you avoid detention to demurrage.
I think it's all about the go-get, right? So shippers right now are chasing up this data through a multitude of portals, and it would be perfect to have it handed to us just like we do with our, you know, the pizza that you order online or your Amazon package. And I realize that I'm very much so oversimplifying ocean transportation by making that analogy. But I think that it's possible, because I don't think the data that's here is something that the transportation providers can't provide. It's the manner in which it's conveyed. And you're right, there is no one size fits all. What I say I need, you know, Walmart or Target or Louis Dreyfus is going to say, no, I need something totally different. I think we just need to align on the terminology and unify the definitions of that data and somehow make it more accessible to shippers without chasing every receiving window or availability date.
Oh, final question, but it's a big one. Carl Bensel is Commissioner of the Federal Maritime Commission together with Commissioner Vekich, is proposing a data initiative which is a little different. It would mandate data be provided by the transportation providers and the terminals and and then it all goes into maybe a portal so far undefined, right? But it goes
Exactly.
somewhere that everybody can go in and grab it. And it would not be voluntary. This is voluntary, right? Or not?
No. So what the committee has recommended is non-voluntary, so that shippers can manage their networks.
So everybody can get the information. So the other one is the Federal Maritime Commission having a regulation effectively mandating information be provided. I would encourage everybody here to go back and use the access information that Jen just had on there, because maybe you want a voluntary version, if you will, or a version that's developed by you all, by the Shipper Advisory Committee, as to what's needed, rather than the government telling people what data is needed. Any thoughts on that? Or you agree?
I mean, that's why we're here, primarily also to ask for support in the way of opinions and sharing of ideas, and not just from BCOs, but from everyone involved in the transaction. I'll just say it again. I'm not sure what it looks like. I know the commission may have their ideas. I'm not sure what those are. But I don't necessarily envision a one-size-fits-all portal or system. Just data that just needs to be exchanged between willing parties, and it maybe doesn't look the same for every single transaction.
Jen, I applaud you and the other 23 members of that advisory committee. You're not paid, you know, the perks aren't great, but it's really important what you guys are doing. So thank you very much, and we'll continue to push more to you. Well done. John McGowan, you know, this is the best part of this, of your bio, that you were mentored by Malcolm McLean, you know, the inventor of the container. That's pretty impressive. That alone, in addition to your Harvard education and the patents you hold and the books you've published and the reports that you issue that are widely read. I mentioned your name to a few people. Everybody knows who you are. Thank you for joining us.
Peter, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm so glad my wife is here to hear that. I thought my comments today would kind of focus on some analog information, kind of some foundational numbers on the container sector, and kind of what they suggest we're going to see going forward. This is a chart showing the year-over-year change in inbound containers into the U.S., going back on a monthly basis, going back to 2016. And you see the first few years, it was kind of typical above GDP growth, not quite as much as in the past. And then we got into the tariff situation, which really kind of moved the container numbers from not being a pulse of the economy and led to some stickiness. But where the real change came was with the pandemic. And we first saw the initial shock, which everybody expected when the pandemic came on, you know, with volume going down. I think I and others really kind of thought the financial crisis was kind of a measure where container shipping went down about 10%. And sure enough, that's about what this did. But as we all know now, it was very short-lived. You know, Americans started purchasing a lot of things, and we started to see the spike up. And it just kept on going up and up and up. Again, these year-over-year numbers, particularly at the highest level when they're looking at the dips in the earlier years, but it peaked with a increase of 68%, you know, above in March of 2021. The decline has been almost as significant. Again, the year-over-year numbers are looking at higher earlier times, but in the past 6 months, we're getting into major negative territory. February itself was down some 28%. March is going to be down even more, but it's getting back to where it's very similar in an absolute level to what we saw before the pandemic. This is a chart showing that the pricing over the same period, and of course the pricing is the effect of what happened both first with the volume increases, but then really more dramatically really the congestion, and kind of that reduced the capacity. So we got into a very favorable for the carriers, that is a very favorable supply-demand dynamic, which lasted throughout the pandemic. The numbers and here we're looking at both the spot index, the most popular, the Shanghai, and the CTS index, which I happen to think is kind of the gold standard, because the CTS.
John, could you tell us what CTS and SCFI
Yes, yeah.
stand for?
I'm sorry, SCFI is Shanghai Container Freight Index. It's a measure of all the containers coming out of China to all points. Now, in terms of America, I think China's the source of 43% of our boxes, Asia's source of 2/3. So it was really the first spot pricing index. I could go on and on about spot indices and what I see as a real credibility problem, both because they don't really represent very much of the loads, and also kind of the way they're put together, I think raises some real credibility. But the SCFI is the most popular and kind of the first spot index. The CTS CTS stands for Container Trade Statistics. CTS is an affiliate of all of the carriers themselves, and so it gets all of their data from them. And they put out a monthly index. It comes out about 35 days after the end of each month, of the aggregate of all loads moving worldwide. So it really is kind of not only the universe, but it's the gold standard. So it's measuring everything, and it measures it based on an index pegging 2008 at 100. So that is really it's both the measure of all of the loads moving, both the spot rates, which in some trades I think is less than 20%, and the more relevant contract rates. So the spot index.
John, can I ask
Yes.
on this? Excuse me, but
Sure,
I'm
please.
learning a lot here. If a contract, service contract, supposed to be confidential, and the rates confidential, and even some of the spot stuff is not even tariff, where do they get the information?
Well, I don't know the details in terms of CTS. I think they've come up with a process that all of the carriers are comfortable submitting data to them, and that data is presumably even submitted in an index basis itself, but on their website they kind of go through everything, the process they use. It's meant to be kind of a port-to-port rate, so they're stripping out any of the inland, and it's because of this data, I suspect the carriers themselves are some of the biggest users of it. I think it's not only credible. I think it's the definitive, and it's what I look at, and I can assure you, at least in my own analysis, the correlation between the CTS Global Pricing Index and what the carriers report in terms of revenue and earnings is amazingly accurate. So I think it's really the gold standard. And if you look at as we all know, the length of contracts in container shipping is typically 1 year. And so if you just look at the difference in those indexes, remember that the CTS being an aggregate index, it's including the spot. And if you kind of assume for a second that the spot is an accurate of that, then by definition, the contract only change has been even less. And what is a real confirmation to me of issues related to the spot index is that at no time when spot rates were going up did you see the contract index move as close to it as it is. So I think it's really, I've come to really kind of view the spot indices as a little more than kind of a quantification of an anecdotal example. Rates do move at that, but I think one of the more confusing things is that too many people look at the spot index as the measure of the level and trend container pricing, and it just isn't that. So that's the pricing. This is kind of
people have, and the press has been all about the spot rates, and everybody's saying, you know, poor guys who signed a contract, you know, the spot rates are so much lower, and how do you get out of a contract now so you can get spot rates?
Well, I think it leads to problems on both ends. Certainly in the ramp up, you know, I imagine there are more than one situation where a shipper signed a rate, you know, aware of or being told the spot rates, and you know, believing that that was really more the market. Same thing with the rates on the way down. But I think if there's any takeaway, you know, it's the numbers to look at. They're not as readily available, and you can't get them on a weekly basis, but the CTS index, and there's also some aggregate indexes that are put out by one in terms of their, only on a quarterly basis, but their aggregate measure, again, on an index basis of all the loads they move. And there are two big trade lanes, Asia to North America and Asia to Europe. Those are the two biggest trade lanes in the world, by the way. You know, each of them are roughly 25% of the container miles. So I would encourage you, when you're talking price, look at the aggregate indexes. Now, that you know, I've had people tell me, well, John, don't you understand the spot is the real market? There's a lag effect with the contract, you know, but the reality is the data doesn't show that they're as linked as people think. So look at the overall numbers. So this is kind of the effect of what happened with that pricing. This is a quarterly measure of actual net income in the container shipping sector. About 2/3 of the companies, in terms of capacity, report their numbers. And I kind of infer or assume that the other non-reporters, the biggest one, of course, being MSC, you know, have results that are similar on a per TEU basis. So you see, in the 4 years prior to the pandemic, the industry was a terrible performer financially, perhaps at the bottom. In the 2 years prior to the pandemic, the cumulative loss was a little over $8 billion. And then the pandemic occurred, and we got into a period of ever-increasing rates. Literally, prior to the pandemic, something approaching $5 billion was a record net income for the industry, probably a little bit less than that. And we went through a period of 7 straight quarters where we set new records, peaking in the second quarter of 2022 at $63 billion of net income. You know, again, that's not revenue, that's net income. It's come down, fourth quarter is a little over half that, at about $34 billion. This is that same data, but looking at it in terms of net income to revenue. You see, in that 4 years that I talked about prior to the pandemic, the industry had a net income to revenue of -2%. You know, again, it's hard to think of any industry where the entire industry for 4 years lost money. As the ramp up occurred, very similar to net income, it peaked out at 46% net income to revenue. I'm not aware of any industry that had such a large margin, you know, of net income. One of the reasons, by the way, container shipping and shipping in general does not pay the normal income tax. It's not income based on its economic earnings. Most of the flags of convenience certainly, and the others that followed, where it pays a tonnage tax, which is more kind of a fee. It's a fixed amount. So that's one thing that let it go up. One of the things that's amazing, and I wrote in my reports about the industry, at 46%, or really even where it is now, it's blowing past the margins of the famous FANG companies, Apple, Microsoft. So for an industry that certainly throughout my career has been an underperformer, and there was an article years ago, somebody said, well, the container shipping industry is worse than the airlines in terms of its cumulative result. Economically, it shouldn't exist. You know, it's never earned cost of capital, but it's blowing past companies, at least that we normally think of as high margin.
Before you leave the net income, is there any way to divide between freight rate income and detention demurrage income?
I think the large majority is freight. There isn't much breakout in the very, very limited that I've seen. I think the demurrage and detention, I'm sure to individual shippers it's large, but I think to the carriers, most of that, I'd say 90% plus is from the core business. That's my view.
There may be some shippers who feel otherwise when they compare their detention demurrage payments over the last 2 years versus their freight rate payments. Just saying.
I'm just going by how it's reported in the financial results of the companies. I don't really see and again the disclosure practices of foreign companies quite simply aren't what they are here. But normally, if in terms of U.S. standards, if you had something, for instance, I think by SEC standards, if it's more than 10%, kind of a separate line, you have to report that, and I just haven't seen that. This is a slide kind of looking at the total inbound loads at various points, kind of in 5-year increments. Overall in the U.S. What's interesting is we're moving today, or in 2022, moving 4 times as many inbound containers as we did in 1995. And we're doing that fundamentally with the same group of terminals, which is an amazing feat in and of itself, and a great credit to the workers and the productivity. But also the big thing we've done is we're stacking containers ever higher, and that of course brings with it some problems. The total annual growth over that entire period is 5.3% per year. It was higher in the earlier years, lower in the later years. What's worth underscoring is that 29% of the goods portion of our GDP flows through our ports. And what is in those containers, mostly coming in, but also some going out. If you look at, there's also though been a pretty big coastal imbalance. Over that same period, the West Coast ports have had a CAGR, compound annual growth rate, of 4.2%, and the East and Gulf Coast at 6.7%. So there's a difference of 2.5%. And there's been a lot of talk recently about that, and some of it that is based on congestion or the unions, and certainly or possible labor issues. And certainly we've seen more of that the past few years. But that's been going on consistently. It's all about cost economics. Moving stuff on by water in terms of line haul, if you kind of say that costs 1, rail is 4, and truck is 12. So moving cargo in terms of where it ultimately goes is always cheaper. And so we've seen a consistent shifting eastward, and that's going to continue. The Panama Canal certainly accelerated that, but that's a rather consistent thing we'll see. This kind of takes another look at that, and in terms of the percentage West Coast in terms of everything. And this, by the way, is the top 10 ports. Those are really the only ones that disclose their results openly. In America, we have 33 container ports that have consistent business, but those top 10 are 83% of the inbound volume. Of the other 23 ports, and in the top 10, there are 5 on the West Coast and Gulf Coast and 5 on the West Coast. Of the 23 other ports, though, 19 are East Coast, Gulf Coast, and only 4 West Coast. So one of the consistent things we've seen is that shift. And again, it's cost economics. From 2000 to 2015, the shift was an average of 57 basis points a year, or roughly 1/2 of a percentage point. From 2015 to 2020, driven by the Panama Canal, it was 76 basis points a year. So you're seeing the effect of bigger ships going through the Panama Canal. From the last 2 years, it's 260 basis points. Now, that's not sustainable, but my own view is that that's really more of an acceleration of what would have happened anyway. You know, if you go back to the very beginning of the double stack, and that really is what kind of changed the movement in terms of where things are going, you had 75, 80% of the freight coming into the US coming over the West Coast. And one of the reasons, one of the conferences, the conference at the time, you know, had the same rate, whether it moved all water by vessel through the Panama Canal, say something going to Yokohama to New York, the conference had the same rate whether it moved all water or whether it moved intermodal. And so that made it a fairly easy choice. But, you know, over time, we're going to continue to see more of a transition. You know, it is clearly people that have a need for speed. I'm not one that understands that completely, but it's 8 days quicker. If you kind of take a hypothetical load from Shanghai to New York, it's going to be 8 days quicker typically to move it intermodal. I back away and I kind of look at the total amount of time from when that order is placed with the factory and think, well, that 8 days, that's about less than 10% many of the time. So I don't quite understand it, but other people clearly do. So this is this is a chart kind of comparing the mix of freight coming in and where it comes in to the population. And I'm a big believer in the end, containers go to where people are. Certainly the cargo in containers goes to where people are. And if you take the split between the top 10 ports, and then you need to factor in the other 23 ports, and those are all skewed towards the East Coast. But when you take that split, something on the order of 42% of the freight coming over goes over the West Coast, and 58% over the East and Gulf Coast. If you compare that, though, to population, both in terms of the state population based on what is on the coast and what is the one that is closest, you still have a pretty big gap. You know, something on the order of 24% of the population of the mainland live closer to the West Coast. And again, if you go back to my simple algorithm that, you know, where freight goes is going to go, you know, the most cost-efficient way, the furthest it can go by water. So you have 24% of the people closer to the West Coast, 76% closer to the East and Gulf Coast. So that's a gap of about 18 percentage points from where it's going now. I'm not suggesting that that's going to go all the way towards there, but I suspect a good bit of that, you know, half of that will occur. And so it's going to be, if you were to take that 76 basis points a year for 10 years that we saw, that's only about, you know, 8 years, you know, to that shift continues.
So in a way, this chart says that the West Coast is getting currently more than its fair
Correct.
share of containers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
This is a shot at what the future might look at. And this is really looking down the road, 25 years and 50 years. And I took the current actual volume, inbound volume coming into the US, and I came up with a minimum and a maximum. For the minimum, I used the smallest GDP figure that I could come up with, which was fairly short term, but 1.7%. For the maximum, I used 3.76% CAGR, which was the actual 10-year from 2010 to 2020, and settled on the midpoint between those two as a reasonable. That works out to be 2.73%. That's pretty much in line. DNV has a long-term forecast of, I think, 2.5% growth for the next 50 years in container miles. And then I think the US BLS GDP forecast is like 2.4%. So I think 2.73 is a fairly reasonable number. And so it's going to continue to grow. And you go out 25 years at that number, and we're dealing with roughly twice as many inbound containers. You go at 50 years, we're dealing with 4 times as many. And if you put that into, I thought it was kind of interesting, if you put that into the context of existing volume, that means 25 years from now, we're going to have roughly 5.5, the volume equivalent to 5.5 LAs, our largest port, and in 50 years, 16 times. So that's a lot of boxes, and it's pretty certain that we're going to see that kind of growth long term.
Do we have marine terminal capacity to handle?
Not at all. Not at all.
That was a rhetorical question. What's going to be done?
Well, that's, I had a presentation at the Ports of the Future conference last week, and I without digressing, I said there's a real need for a national strategy, and I think there's clearly a need for additional container terminals. I even had some suggestions on new types of terminals, but it's something we need to be focused on right now. It's not only, we've seen the impact on our economy when things get jammed up. It's extraordinary, and I'll get into that. Quite frankly, it's also a national security issue. You know, imagine if, you know, half of our ports are viewed as national strategic ports, even with a fairly small sea lift, like during Desert Storm. I had experience with the port that was involved in that, and people that have seen it. That port is taken over, you know, by the military. And so, you know, if we had a need to project sea lift capacity at the same time we had 110 ships off the coast of Southern California, it'd be bad. So yeah, there's a real need, and I think that almost the very fact that we've handled the same amount of volume, or 4 times much as we did in 1995, is maybe given too many people a view, well, somehow we'll manage. I mean, I hear all of these stories of, you know, well, automation or silver bullet, you know, all of those, you know, the productivity increases, but you can't get away from the need for additional physical capacity. There was a grand, I thought it was a grand advertisement by Norfolk Southern some 20 years ago, kind of in the early days of the internet, and it said something along the lines of, the top line was, last year we moved 28.5 billion ton miles of coal. And then the next line was, you know, try moving that on the internet. I mean, it takes, to move freight requires physical, you know, it can't be solved digitally. So yeah, we need to do a lot there. This is kind of an example, another example in addition to spot rates, which again, I think aren't terribly credible, of some of the bad numbers in the sector. And this is specifically taking that spot index, the SCFI, and comparing that to about a year ago, a little over a year ago, the New York Fed came out with something they call the GSCPI. I think they chose CPI, you know, to tie in with inflation, but the GSCPI stand for Global Supply Chain Pressure Index, whatever pressure means, and presumably it was inflation. And it was, you know, much to do, and, you know, 27 variables, and we have something that measures it. And more recently, quite a few people in Washington, including our Secretary of Treasury, you know, people were referencing supply chain has been solved. You know, inflation is out because the GSCPI is actually lower now than it was before the pandemic. So I'm sure everybody in here is paying lower rates than they did before the pandemic. But so we all know this was meant to measure more than just container shipping, but we all know that container shipping was a major part of the inflation impact. And what's interesting about this, some of us had reached out to the people that put this together and said, you know, hey, you've got a lot of spot indexes in there that don't really matter a lot. And you see the correlation between the SCFI and this index. So it's, unfortunately, I think it's somewhat meaningless in terms of indicating real inflation, but that's what some people are reacting to. This is just kind of an annual summary of net income. I'm layering in my own very early preliminary estimate of what the 2023 would be in terms of net income for the industry. A lot of people will say I'm overly optimistic. That number is 80% lower at 43 billion, 80% lower than it earned in 2022, but it's also many times what any pre-pandemic level was. So the takeaways, I think the numbers need to be better. Pay attention to the best numbers. We clearly have a need for additional container capacity. And I think going forward, kind of driven by that net income I saw, I think it's going to be a different relationship. I think both carriers and shippers' attitudes have changed, what's happened in the last couple of years. And I think it'll be a different industry. I think it'll be a more profitable industry going forward. So that's...
Thank you very much. Wow. Now, wait a sec, John. I know we don't have any time for questions, right, Karen? But does anybody have any questions? I mean, this is so action-packed what you just gave us here. One was just talking to Alan. I think it's really interesting how you sort of discount spot rates as an indicator of where the rates should be now and in the future. That, to me, that's an eye-opener, because that's not what the general consensus is out there, the common wisdom. Because we want to know how much the rates are going to be in 6 months.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on that, but I do think it's kind of two separate markets going on. I admittedly sometimes struggle to understand what the spot rate is measuring, because I think there's a statistical term, there's a multicollinearity between them. They're all kind of doing a survey of the same thing. 10 years ago, when I was in Shanghai, I spent an afternoon with the folks at the Shanghai Shipping Exchange, trying to understand their process. And it's largely, every Friday afternoon, they talk to 20 people that tend to be intermediaries. And it's just not clear to me that the indications they get relate to loads that actually move. How much of it is kind of hearsay? What if hypothetically all of them happen to get their rate from one carrier? It just isn't, they come out with very precise numbers, but I think, again, it's really just measuring. It's an anecdotal example. It's just not clear to me what they're measuring. It's not even clear to me that they're really even measuring whatever is the spot market.
Well, that's fascinating. That's interesting. And now Jen and I ask if you'd stay up here and do the same thing again, but for exports. No, we'll get you next time. But thank you very much. Great presentation.
Because we're in for a treat now with our upcoming panel on UFLPA and forced labor. So we are really fortunate this afternoon to have 3 experts in this area. And basically what we're going to do is have them provide us with their thoughts on the current status of forced labor and UFLPA and the implementation and what they are seeing, in their workday, really. So each speaker is going to give us a few minutes of commentary, and then we're going to open up the session to questions from the audience, because I am anticipating people may have some questions, again, on forced labor, risk factors, what CBP is focusing on, things like that. To save some time, I'm not going to read their full biographies, which are in the handout, the booklet. So I just would like to introduce each one of them. First, we have Deputy Executive Assistant Commissioner John Leonard, and he leads the CB Office of Trade and is a longtime friend of CONECT, and we're thrilled to have him here again to speak to us. And John has over 30 years with CBP and the former Customs Service, and began his career as an import specialist in Boston. And I think he's here for about a week or so. He'll be at the Trade Summit next week, so it's great to have him here. Elizabeth Chavetta is an auditor with Sandler, Travis, and Rosenberg, and previously was the Director of Audit Policy with CBP. So she is currently part of the Sandler, Travis, and Rosenberg Forced Labor Group and has extensive experience with supply chain review. And finally, Amy Morgan is Vice President and Head of Trade Compliance at Altana Technologies. Prior to Altana, Amy managed trade compliance for Amazon, Costco, Nordstrom, and Microsoft. Altana Technologies is an artificial intelligence company with a focus on supply chains. So with that, we're going to start with DEAC Leonard.
All righty, thank you, Paula, and great to be here with Amy and Elizabeth. Yeah, so this is a bit of a homecoming for me. Rhody is close enough to Massachusetts, right? A state with a little chip on its shoulder, but we love Rhode Island. We love Rhode Island. No, it is great to be back, and the weather is just outstanding. This is amazing. So happy to be here and chat with you about this very important mission set that we have with Customs and Border Protection, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, but also the larger forced labor mission. And I'm certainly happy to talk about anything CBP related. I know you had our group yesterday, some of our folks from the Boston field office and others as well. So I hope that was a productive session for you, but I'm happy to take any of these questions. But today we're gonna kind of focus on UFLPA and forced labor, which has absolutely been one of our top level mission sets. I can't remember, and Paula mentioned I've been around for a long time. I've been out of the Boston area for about 23 years now. A few different spots overseas on the West Coast, et cetera. But I've been mainly doing the trade mission within CBP and within the Customs Service before that. But I have never seen in my entire career this level of interest in a trade mission set. I mean, let's face it, a lot of different enforcement and facilitation programs are of interest, depending on what business you're in or what the lane is. But I would say across the board, I've never seen this type of interest in a particular enforcement area. And we look at forced labor fundamentally as an unfair trade practice. Full stop. I mean, there's obviously the moral and the human issue to it, but if we look at it from a trade perspective, it really undermines the ability of companies that treat workers fairly to compete in the global economy. Because if you're getting the stuff made, free of charge, that's a problem. But of course, the larger issue is the human rights issue and working conditions. So every time I talk about forced labor for CBP, I always use the term evolution. It's something that is evolving. It's a challenging mission set. It's unlike any other in terms of the verifications that we have to do and what we expect the trade community to do. So it's different. We always work in partnership with the trade community. I think more so than any other customs administration around the world. And I've been in different places. I've lived overseas. I think we like to reach out and work with you as much as possible. And this is an area that we have been and continue to do so. I'm not sure if anybody you attended or listened online to our Forced Labor Tech Expo a couple weeks ago. I think that was very well received. We had over 10,000 people join online and almost 300 in person down in DC. And that was kind of focusing on technology, but I think it was a great way to to talk about the issue and learn about it. So that's available online for portions of that if you haven't seen it. We've just recently updated our FAQs online, a wealth of information on there, in particular about the UFLPA. And most importantly, I think for folks that are interested in actual stats, like what are we actually detaining, seizing, facilitating, et cetera, we launched an interactive public dashboard just about a month ago. Actually, it was on March 14th of last month. We put that out there. Has anybody looked at it yet? Yes, I knew you did, Nate. Anybody besides Nate? Awesome. You should look at it. Really, it is enlightening. I mean, it shows what is happening out there in a very, very transparent way. So I hope that is a welcome, was a welcome sign. So, I mean, you know, since we've leaned into this mission set in earnest, which was just before the pandemic, really, I mean, the law changed in 16 or so, 15 or 16, the TIF-TIA legislation, which fundamentally changed the way Customs has authorities in this area. But we really started leaning in, I'd say, a year or two before the pandemic. And we've seen the shift. I mean, obviously, companies have had to make decisions. The UFLPA was unusual in that it focuses on an entire region. And obviously, companies are shifting away from there. They have to. And I think that's what was the intention of the law. Some of it to other neighboring countries, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, other parts of the world, even the US for sourcing, which is very welcome to see. So again, you know, we're not a policy agency, we're an enforcement agency. We just simply must enforce the law as it's written. But I think what's been happening is had the intended effect to want to get supply chains into areas where workers are treated better, and more of a level playing field for workers. I want to spend a couple minutes, though, talking about what I think is the really good side of the forced labor mission, and this is the modification process. We have modified two of the largest industries in the country of Malaysia. That's a country that's had a lot of forced labor issues. But in the past year, we have, working in conjunction with the companies who remediated their processes, and I'm talking about Top Glove, which is the largest maker of disposable rubber gloves in the world, right? In the whole world, was under a forced labor withhold release order. They've remediated. They actually graduated to what we call a finding, which is even a higher level than a WRO. But they went through an exhaustive process to improve working conditions, to include paying back over 30 million USD in unfair debt bondage. So the workers, largely who were coming from other countries, had to pay this huge fee to get the job, often more than they were making, and would be in debt for months or years. $30 million was paid back. We also more recently modified Malaysia's largest palm oil company, the Sime Darby Corporation. They also paid back $20 million in remediation. So that's over $50 million paid back to workers. Workers' conditions improved, living conditions, working conditions, and now they're able to import to the U.S. again, export to the U.S., a huge market. So it's a win-win, right? The company is able to regain this market, and workers have better conditions. So this is what we want to happen. This is the good story of forced labor, where we get to modify them, company remediates, the market is open again, workers have better conditions, and it works out well. All this stuff, by the way, is online. We have the press releases about both modifications. We're currently working on other modifications in that region. So things are trending in a very, very good direction for Malaysia, and I think other areas as well. Now, UFLPA, of course, it's different, right? It's a different animal. But I'm an optimist, and I hope that these relations can get better and conditions do get better. I understand you had a very good talk from a China expert today. It's a difficult relationship, but again, we hope that things will get better, and hopefully trade will be a means to do that. But as it stands, we have the UFLPA to enforce. We want to do it in a logical, reasonable way and work with you. I know there's frustrations. Happy to address those, but it's a difficult mission. But we want to do it smartly. We want to be transparent. I think we have, and we want to do it in partnership with you all, which is what we've done for decades and decades. So really looking forward to the chat. Happy to take questions later, right? And looking forward to hearing what Amy and Elizabeth say too. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Shabetta. Like I said, like Paula said, I'm an auditor. And so I spent a lot of my time in this world in the weeds, actually looking at the supply chain tracing documents, working with clients to do due diligence and also to respond to detentions. When helping them with detentions, I'm doing the applicability reviews, meaning your goods got detained, but you're like, my goods have nothing to do with Xinjiang, have nothing to do with listed entities. I need to prove to CBP that my goods are not, putting it closer to my face, sorry everybody. Proving that your goods have no connection to Xinjiang. And so putting these packages together, there's three types of documents you want to be putting together for each tier of your supply chain. I think we've talked about that in the earlier presentations. This is no longer about tier 1 and tier 2. You have to go back further into the supply chain. How far back depends on the goods and the issue. A lot of my work is with cotton goods. So that's what a lot of my examples are. I've dabbled in other supply chains, but cotton and textiles and apparel are my main jam. But there's sort of three types of documents. You have your transaction documents, your things like your purchase orders, your contracts, your invoices, your proof of payment. You have your shipping and receiving records, things like bills of lading, certificates of origin, delivery notes, receiving notes. And then you have the production records, which are a little bit more elusive. You know, it's one thing to tell CBP, you know, this fabric weaver bought this yarn from this yarn spinner, but you're not showing me that that fabric that they sold to the garment factory is actually made from that yarn. And that's where the production records come into play. And I think a lot of times that's where you get messed up. You can get all those transaction records, but you can't seem to get the production records. And this is particularly the case if the first time you're doing this exercise is when you get a detention. So you're doing this for the first time, this is your supplier doing this for the first time, and you have 30 days to do it. And production records seem to be one of those things that gets left out if this is indeed your first time. Like, you need to be able to see the records that say, show me that that yarn was made from that cotton that you said you bought. Show me that that fabric was made from that yarn, and show me that the finished goods were made from that fabric. And a lot of times the suppliers will come back and be like, I just don't have that. And so they do have it. It's in their ERP. So give me screenshots. It might not be a document that you've printed out and put in a folder, but you have this information somewhere. Prove to me that you've done this. And then the other thing you want to do is you do not want to just dump all these documents onto CBP and say, here you go, I've proved my supply chain. These things can be very time consuming. The longer it takes them to figure it out, the longer your goods are sitting there, the more that you're paying, the more that you don't have something, the more that the viability of those goods might be running out. So you want to make it as easy as possible for CBP to review those documents. So you want them to be organized and you want to explain them. I like to write a little narrative. I tell them the story. Here's the story of the supply chain. And then the documents are going to show them what that story really means. And I don't just give them the documents. Maybe I go a little bit overboard, but I create little schedules in Excel. I have a tab for the finished goods. I have a tab for the fabric, I have a tab for the yarn, I have a tab for the cotton, and then I have tables and I list each document and I tell you all about that document, what it is, why it's there. I go into the document, I highlight the important attributes that I'm explaining in my notes, and I'm telling CBP, this is exactly what's going on in my supply chain and this is exactly where you need to look, so that they don't have to be going through all these documents trying to figure it out on their own what's going on. Explain these things. You can even, like, sometimes you have things get a little bit more complicated. You have all these traders involved. It's Chinese fabric sold to a trader who then exports it to Vietnam, sells it to another trader who's then importing it, who's then selling it to the garment factory. And sometimes when you're going through the garments or the documents trying to figure that out, that can be, you can get lost in it pretty quick and you can get frustrated. You can want to rage quit because you can't figure out what's going on. Just include like 1 or 2 sentences explaining this is what's going on. There's like little things that when you're reviewing the documents, because I just don't take the documents from the suppliers and hand them over. I review them and tick and tie them and make sure everything makes sense and that everything ties out. There can be little stupid things like why doesn't this quantity on this document match this quantity on that document? Well, after 10 minutes of going through all the documents, I realized one trader used meters and one trader used yards. So it took me 10 minutes to figure that out and I got mad. Just put a note in there, like little things like that. Explain those little gaps, possible inconsistencies, things that can be perceived as problems but aren't, they just need an explanation. Provide all those explanations to CBP so they don't have to go hunting through them and figuring it out for themselves. Missing documents. You know, sometimes with the transaction documents, you might be missing a proof of payment that some spinner couldn't show you they paid for the cotton they bought 3 years ago. Does that mean your goods aren't going to get released if that's your only problem? I don't think that's the thing that's going to stop your goods from getting released. It's like, it's not a red flag. It's maybe a salmon colored flag. It's not quite rising to the level of red. But if you're missing this document and missing that document and this one here and missing there, those little salmon colored flags start to add up to red flags. And it really starts to undermine someone's confidence in these suppliers' abilities to actually maintain documents and rely on what they're telling you. And again, this might happen a lot if this is the first time you're going through this exercise. If you had done more due diligence up front, if you've done some risk assessments, put your suppliers in buckets, figure out what you need to do with the riskier suppliers, and set up expectations about, I expect you to have all these documents, and I expect you to be able to provide them to me within a certain number of days. Doing that due diligence is really going to help you out, not waiting until your goods actually get detained and you have 30 days to scramble and figure it out and get it all together. And I think we talked yesterday, someone said, right, Chinese New Year happened in the middle of their detention while they're trying to get the documents together. The same thing happened to me. I had 2 detentions and I'm trying to get my feedback to them and asking questions and why don't I have this? Why doesn't this make sense? Why doesn't this match this? And then I have to wait days to get those responses. So doing it up front and preparing your suppliers to be able to put together these packages, I think is really going to help you out in the long run. Again, you can't do it for every single supplier maybe. So you need to do some sort of risk assessment. Who's in a risky industry, who's in a risky area, who's important to me, and if something goes wrong in that supply chain, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble if I get repeated detentions and can't get my goods released. So kind of looking at it from different directions and different facets to figure out, put them in buckets and figure out how much work do I need to do with each of those buckets. And I know I probably talked super fast because I'm watching that clock in the background and trying to make sure I leave Amy enough time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy and then we'll do questions after that.
So I'm Amy Morgan. I'm Vice President and Head of Trade Compliance at Altana Technologies. This is my first Connect, and I feel so welcome. What a great group. The networking is fantastic. Everyone's very curious, and it's been a pleasure, so thanks for inviting me. I'm going to give you a bit of a different take than the previous comments. I was asked to come talk about how companies can help prepare for enforcement in 2023, and AI is the big sexy topic right now. So let's just merge these things to what I think and hope will be a hopeful spin on things you can do, or at least inspire some light bulb moments. So first, who's Altana? I don't expect any of you to know who we are. If you were or did watch the Forced Labor Technical Expo, I was up there. I gave a demo. I was in the bright green jacket, so you couldn't miss me. And that was exciting. So some of this might be redundant for a few of you. So Altana is a startup. We were founded in 2018. We closed our $100 million Series B round in September in a down market. So the UFLPA has done, I don't want to say it's done good things, but it has really helped people understand the power of how artificial intelligence can help them see things they can't see in their own data. So I'll explain that, and I'm going to apologize in advance if any of this sounds like a commercial. That is not my intention. I'm trying to explain some new technology, but so please forgive me if I slip into sales mode. So Altana is using artificial intelligence to build a first of its kind dynamic map of the entire global trading system. We're building this so that companies and governments can plug in their data and immediately illuminate their multi-tier supplier network and facilitate compliant trade activity. Before Altana, I did manage trade compliance for some large US importers, like a lot of you guys. And I remember responding to CBP inquiries or country of origin validations, having to fill out PGA declarations. And I remember how painful it was trying to trace my raw materials back as far as I possibly could. I remember countless emails. I remember reminder emails, questionnaires, surveys. It was incredibly painful. And that's how I know that these traditional processes that we've worked with in the past, they were difficult then, and they're not going to scale for us now. So I don't know how it would be possible to comply with the UFLPA without the use of some sort of AI support, because compliance actually requires more than just mapping your supply chain or mapping risk data. Everybody wants to talk about, oh, can you help me map my supply chain? I can do better than that. I can bring the map to you. And I'll tell you more about that. So I have to thank Karen Lobdell for the awesome setup in the ESG panel this morning. She had a couple great slides and some amazing stats that basically said the technology doesn't exist to do this traceability thing that we need it to do. And I'm here to tell you that it does exist. It's still new. It didn't exist at all until 7 years ago, but it does in fact exist. So what Altana does is we use artificial intelligence and machine learning to fuse together, clean, and standardize all that messy public and commercially available trade data that we all have probably touched at some point. We bring in ownership data, threat networks, entity data, restricted party screening lists, and then we take non-public data, trade cross-border transactions, compliance data, and we fuse this together at this massive scale to create and maintain what we call our Altana Atlas. So when I refer to our map, that's what it is the Altana Atlas. So the Altana Atlas learns across all of this data using federated machine learning. I'm not an engineer, so that's as techie as I get today. And the end result is a map. It's pre-screened and it's ready to connect to any company's service providers or government's tier 1 supplier data. And once you make that linkage, the multi-tier supply chain network is immediately made visible. I'm not going to go into commercial. If you do want a demo, I'll give you one, let me know. But it's pretty magical. And when you have that view, you not only see your tier 1 suppliers, but you see their suppliers and their suppliers and the suppliers until that data runs out, until we can't map back anymore. And finally, this map is alive. It's dynamic. It changes and evolves as our world does, as our supply chains do. Because AI doesn't sleep, it's constantly updating with new data, new records. Companies move, they change shape, they change ownership, they change names. And we can track that. AI can track that and maintain that as part of the map so that you don't have to. So I was asked to talk about how Altana can help support compliance with the UFLPA. And I think it's important to do that explanation of what Altana actually does so that it makes, so my following remarks make sense. And I know that all of us are now struggling because as trade compliance people or as logistics managers, we're now expected to know all kinds of things we never had to know before. We didn't have to go all the way up in our value chains or all the way down in our supply chains before. And this visibility, most of us didn't have ready access to, even if we wanted it or needed it. Most of us stayed within that whole buyer-supplier relationship, that tier one relationship. And Karen mentioned the stats this morning that I would like to reiterate because they're really impressive. A 2022 McKinsey survey found that 45% of supply chain leaders had zero visibility to their tier 2 and beyond. And a recent Gartner report from last month found that less than 5% have strong visibility to their tier 2 and beyond. So we simply aren't equipped for this kind of visibility because we didn't need it. However, AI solutions like ours have done a lot of this AI hard work so that we can make multi-tier supplier networks visible. AI can illuminate patterns and connections, provide insights from the data you're already sitting on that you can't see on your own. And it's only with this sort of multi-tier visibility that we can derive the insights we need to actually be compliant with the UFLPA today. If there's time permitting, I wanted to share with you 4 practical applications, but if I don't get there, I've got something that'll make your life a lot easier. Think about that multi-tier map. If it was instantly made using technology, that's almost your blueprint for all the documents you need to go collect from all those different parties without having to conduct manual surveys and questionnaires. It's pretty amazing. We should talk later. And it's not just the UFLPA, right? The same multi-tier visibility will be needed for net new policies and initiatives on the horizon. We talked about them already today. I'll rattle off a couple I heard. Forced labor regulations beyond the US, calculating carbon emissions, identifying exposure to conflict minerals or deforestation, assessing for cybersecurity, detecting shipments of illegal drugs like fentanyl. AI can see those patterns in the data that you can actually detect that stuff, or even mitigating future supply chain disruptions. And as a compliance person, I can even imagine a world, this is just the first domino to fall here, right? But I can imagine a world where this sort of visibility could actually be required to help enforce current trade priorities. Imagine validating countries of origin or identifying transshipment or counterfeit goods and being required to provide that multi-tier visibility to support your claims. So I'll stop there to allow for Q&A, but thanks.
Thank you all. Those were great presentations. And to listen to Amy and to Elizabeth, it's really amazing what I think, the 2 ways that these things, your mapping can work out. So I do want to start with a question for John, and then I will open it up to others. And this is kind of a follow-up from yesterday. So the people that were here on the trade day yesterday, we did have a question regarding repeat detentions. Again, same supplier, same importer. And we had broached the question with Anne Marie Paul, and she nicely said, why don't you pass that on to Mr. Leonard tomorrow? So
I'll remember that.
So if you could just maybe make a comment on what CBP's philosophy is right now on that, we would appreciate that.
Yeah, sure. So the baseline philosophy is the nature of the enforcement is case by case, but I like to kind of hearken over to what Elizabeth said earlier. Kind of the easier you can make it for the CBP import specialist at the center to understand the supply chain and why it is fundamentally identical in an easy, not like you're like, hey, import specialist, can you understand that? if you give them a 75,000 page book and said, figure this out, it's problematic. But if you can devise a logical story to show very factually that this is the supply chain, and you know what, it's exactly the same as this one, here's why, that's going to speed up your verification a lot. And if it continues to be that same identical supply chain, back to whatever tier you want to make it, it's easier. It's kind of fundamental to me. Do we want to improve the process? Yes. Are we working towards that? Yes. But it's got to be a process that we both kind of help each other with.
I do have something to add on that. Under the when we were doing the WRO for cotton before UFLPA, I did have a situation where it was something like 28 detentions, and we did get to a point with the apparel, footwear, and textile C where we weren't providing documents anymore. We were literally just providing a spreadsheet that said, here's the style, here's the fabric PO, here's the yarn lot, here's the cotton lots, here who all the suppliers are. Now it was a vertically integrated situation, so we had all that intact, and CBP had already reviewed and released so many shipments, they did eventually get comfortable with, like, just give me a spreadsheet. And when you guys put that guidance out back in March, there was in one of the facts, I think, the opportunity addressing repeated supply chains, and it kind of sounded like that's a possibility. I haven't experienced it yet under UFLPA to see if it's going to be the same thing where I can just provide a spreadsheet, because that's a lot easier. But I think what everybody would like to know, not to make your life harder, is, well, is there ever a point where you're going to stop detaining in the first place? And I think that's maybe the more interesting question I would like, to get your input on.
So is that a question?
That's a question. I actually had that question, so thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
No.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's right now we're in this kind of continuum where that's the process, right? It is, if we've got something that shows it's from this particular area, this supplier, et cetera, that's the action. And a lot of it ties back to the current law, the way the law is written and the way CBP must enforce it. There's certain things that we just simply don't have discretion on, full stop. So it's going to be a combination of, okay, does legislation evolve? Does our ability to work with that evolve? I think it will eventually, but right now it's more of a case of the importer knowing your supply chain. That's kind of like your self-certification. People always say, well, "Can I self-certify?" And it's like, well, yeah, but it comes from knowing that supply chain intrinsically, knowing that it does not have forced labor in it from end to end. That's the best self-certification we currently have. But will we get to a point where there's no detentions in this space? I don't think in the near term. I mean, I don't, this fiscal year, let's just keep within the, the next, whatever, 6 months, 1 year. I think we're still in this space, and moreover, that's what the law demands.
All right, I'd like to open up if anyone have any questions for panelists.
Yeah, I think most of us in this room understand the gravity of the situation of forced labor, not only in China, but around the world. And I think everybody wants to do the right thing. So as Customs is heading this on the import side, we're all wondering why you can't do something like the FBI did and post a 10 most wanted list of those companies that we know that we shouldn't be dealing with, so that we don't even have to fall into that trap that perhaps accidentally or something happens. We know, look, these guys are no good, and we go to whoever, mill or whatever, and say,
these guys are no good. You got to certify that this is not going to be happening.
Yeah, I understand. Great question. We do have the entity list, as you're aware. That doesn't move as quick as I personally would like, but I'm just one guy in a very, very big operation, the U.S. government. And as you know, the entity list and forced labor is not just Customs and Border Protection. It's our Department of Homeland Security, it's Department of State, Department of Labor, a lot of folks that sometimes have competing interests from a policy standpoint. So updating and creating a list is more challenging than I wish it was. The WRO world is fundamentally different. That is company specific, and that's kind of more cut and dry. But I think your question is more on the UFLPA side. Yep. Yes? Yep. Yeah. So I wish I had a better solution to getting a list. We've got the entity list. In fact, I was literally working on it in a plane ride down here. And it's ongoing, but it's darn thing is a little bit slow for my liking. Yeah.
Thank you.
I've had a bunch of folks ask me over the last day and a half if my goods are detained under UFLPA, can I move them into a bonded facility, into an FTZ? So I think there's still a lot of confusion about that, what's available to the trade at large, to CTPAT trade compliance members. And I'm just hoping you folks can just review that for everybody.
Okay, so to drill down into that a little further, Karen, what is there something still mysterious about the CTPAT benefits? Because I've heard that from several people where there may be some confusion still on the website. Is that still there?
Sound like those benefits were not specifically for UFLPA. They were only for withhold release orders, and that created a lot of confusion.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
The what now?
I want to say the fact that y'all put out in March. I want to say there's confusing language there.
Yeah, okay. So no, this is good to know and very timely, because we've got, as many of you know, our trade symposium, trade summit actually beginning next week, and I think we really need to like get that cleared up. So what I'd like to do, because I like to think I'm a man of action. Let's, after this session, whatever, you guys tell me exactly what it is, and we're gonna write back and to Eric and to Amanda and just figure out a way to get this unconfused, because I have heard it before, and we just got to figure out, get that message out there. What is the actual policy straight out? Because I think that's the best way to handle it. If you guys are reading the website or heard something on a webinar and it's not 100% clear, we really need to figure that out and fix that. So let's get together, Karen and Nate, and let's just tell me what the problem is, and we'll get it straight.
Okay, sure. We will absolutely follow up and send you a message on that. And just advocating for the trade, this is a super serious issue. We understand that. I think the trade will always be advocating for the ability to, while they're responding, move cargo off of a chassis, out of a container, right? And try to at least get a little bit of relief while they are managing their response.
Yes, understood. Thank you.
To that point, John, I do think that yesterday it did come up, the issue of various ports allowing goods to be moved. And is that a decision that is a port-directed decision, or is that a seed decision as to what you do with that cargo? Obviously, if it's a port decision, then the port can basically say, no, you can't move the container. But to me, it would make more sense that it should be a C decision so that there's continuity in what you do, so that, an importer doesn't have to pay ridiculous demurrage in one port, and then in the other port, they can just move it to a bonded warehouse.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there may be some little differences with ports that are special for that, and there could be some slight disparities here and there. But in general, we want uniformity. That's why we created the centers, right? And we want the treatment to be equal as much as possible, port to port, understanding there could be some little nuances of certain facilities and certain ports, et cetera. But we definitely owe you that as well, and certainly like to hear anecdotes of where stuff is glaringly different.
Any other questions?
I just have a question about going back to some technologies, like some of these documentation packages become massive. I once had to send something like 1,300 files over 25 different emails. And is there anything that y'all might be looking into to make that a little easier? I know there's maybe the option of using the DIS system. I don't have access to it, but brokers can upload it to it, but I don't think there's any way for the Cs to get notified that their documents are sitting there. I'm wondering if there are any discussion, like how do we make this a little easier so that I don't have to keep sending 25 emails, to get all the documents over?
Yeah, great question. You were referencing the document imaging system, the DIS. I think we are willing to hear any proposals to make things more logical, quicker, faster. Some of it, if it needs programming, that's funding and that's time. But we're at a very interesting point, because some of you may have heard about this, our effort to get to the next iteration of ACE, what we're calling ACE 2.0. This is a great time now to let's figure out a way that we can set up a system whereby documents, information, data can be transferred much more logically or quicker than having to rely on email. So that's a larger effort. That's a forward-looking project. But if there's ways we can get creative about it now, let's talk about it in this type of forum, at the trade symposium, at a COAC. Let's chat.
Excuse me. Just a point of comment. I'm David Murphy with Grunfeld. We've done a number of submissions. What we have been able to work out is contact the C. They can send us a link that allows us to upload, similar to what regulatory audit does. And that is that, it was a matter of getting the C to send us that. Once we got that, we could upload the documents rather than doing the email exchange.
Yeah, so that's great, David. I mean, and again, frustratingly, sometimes it just could be a one import specialist, one center, but let's share best practices and let's make that available for as widely as possible. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jody Olson, and I'm an account manager with Ocean Air. This next session is Air Transportation Trends 2023 with Brandon Freed, Executive Director at Air Forwarders Association. Brandon Freed has been an Executive Director, Association Leader, Industry Advocate, and Air Cargo Expert at the Air Forwarders Association for the past 17 and a half years. The Air Forwarders Association has over 300 member companies and is the voice of the air freight forwarder in the United States. His position includes advocacy, representation of the organization within regulatory agencies worldwide and on Capitol Hill in Washington. He coordinates with other industry trade groups in furthering awareness and the understanding of issues facing the air forwarder. Let's welcome Brandon Freed to the panel.
Should I sit over here?
I don't.
Let's grab this one here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Good to see everybody.
All right, so you're going to start talking.
Okay, why don't we do this? So, first of all, let me get an idea. Let me read the room. My wife always says, Brandon, read the room. So we're going to read the room. How many people in the room today are indirect air carriers, freight forwarders? One, two, a few of you. How many people use air freight? Through a forwarder or direct to an airline or, okay. So a number of people in here do. Okay. So why don't we ask some questions and then we'll go from there.
So how do you see, is this on? Can you guys, okay. How do you see the outlook for air security over the next 5 years?
Okay. So as most of you all know, air cargo has had significant security regulations cast upon the industry over the last few years. We're a deregulated industry, but as you know, Jody, we're really not. I mean, you know, we have the TSA that is constantly in our offices looking over our shoulders. And so, as you know, as part of the screening, we're allowed to do our own screening if we're in the certified cargo screening program. You have to be registered for that. You have to be validated and audited by the TSA. And shippers in the room here today can also do that. So so if I take out my crystal ball, which is usually in the shop, but I pulled it out for this occasion, and I look and see what, yeah. So look and see what's going on in the next 5 years. I can tell you that we're probably going to see better technology. I saw in the Washington Post this morning that TSA just paid $1.5 billion yesterday for CT scanners, improved CT scanners that you're going to see at the checkpoint lines. So that's going to increase what we're going to see there. On the cargo side, this is an unfunded mandate. Who ever heard of a government unfunded mandate, right? Anyway, so we have to go out and buy our own equipment if we're going to screen freight. But I see that sooner or later down the line, TSA is going to want us to get these super duper scanners. That's one thing. The second prediction is that we're going to see an increased use of canine screening. The Air Forwarders Association fought with other trade groups to ask TSA and help TSA get the third-party privatized canine screening program off the ground, which enables us to use dogs to screen cargo. Now, I have nothing against the technology guys, but have you all ever seen a dog screen cargo before? That, you know, or an explosive, those dogs never miss. So it's more efficient, it's faster, and it's cheaper. And so I think we're going to see a lot more of that. I think we're also going to see more regulation. We've done a pretty good job at regulating ourselves over the past few years, but we're hoping, and we've always asked TSA, please, if you're going to enact more security requirements upon us, make them risk-based. So in other words, if it's a big company like, I'm going to just single out people, Dell or Timberland or LL Bean or someone like that, they have security processes in place to guard their goods while they're being manufactured or while they're being processed. Why can't that be leveraged as part of the security function so that we don't have to necessarily put those companies' merchandises through the same type of security measures that we do every others who might not have earned their security stripes? So we'll see what happens.
So what changes, well, you kind of talked to us, but what changes can we expect to see at the TSA in the near future?
Right. Well, so going back to this risk-based approach, TSA has worked with us on that. And up to now, they've done it. They've said, we'll use a risk-based approach where we can. But you got to remember, you know, screening is 100% on all flights operating to and out of the United States. And now it's also on freighters. air cargo freighters, not the passenger freighters, on international flights, not the domestic ones. So when you have a risk-based regimen, you have a shorter leash from your regulator. In other words, you can't make too many mistakes. And if you do, 3 strikes, you're out. Well, you get in security, you only get 1 strike. Yeah, so that's, you know, I mean, I would say that we've seen a lot. They're taking air cargo security very seriously at TSA. They came up with this air cargo security roadmap last year, and there are like 4 principles in it, but you know, talking about the known shipper program, which if you're shipping air cargo, you're in the known shipper database. Technology, a lot of different areas. But so we serve, I have an appointment to the TSA's Aviation Security Advisory Committee. And that's basically an advisory group that sits in and meets with the TSA administrator and gives them advice and tells them how we see the world from the industry's perspective. And so recently I was voluntold to be part of a group that is being led in mapping out the air cargo process. So you think that's easy. You know, you pick it up, you get it to the airport, and you deliver it. Not quite. And so we have about 10 people working on this group with TSA in attendance, and we are mapping this out for TSA's policy people. So, you know, there are 2 types of people at TSA. You have people who are kind of understanding of what's going on in the air cargo industry. And then you have the clueless. And sometimes they bring the clueless in to get an outside the box perspective. And so we are fashioning this document so that when the clueless comes into the room, they'll understand. Like, I'll give you a good example. What is the definition of shipper? It's not an easy thing. You know, there's TSA's definition, then there's our definition. You all probably have your own ideas. Well, there's an official definition that is lacking in a lot of ways. So these policy people who are new to it, we'd like to have them, you know, read the document. Plus, it's going to be a living piece where we're going to be meeting with them and TSA periodically just to answer questions, because there are a lot of little details that, you know, it's a simple business, it's fraught with complexity. So anyway, we're doing that. There are, I think that right now within TSA, I mentioned the screening of the cargo on the freighter flights. That's a big deal. Now, I am not here to say that that screening of domestic freighter flights is going to be coming soon, but they have their own security. I want to stress that they have it all different types. They're looking for different security vectors. But a couple of years ago, over in Europe, they had this regime called account consignor. And the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is a division of the United Nations, basically said, we don't like account consignor, and we're going to get rid of it. And since TSA subscribes to the International Civil Aviation Organization, TSA said, okay, we're going to also require the screening of these freighters as well. And that meant that mostly, you know, the FedExes, the UPSs, the DHLs, the Atlases, you know, all these carriers that just don't fly passengers, don't fly freight, had to screen this cargo. Now you think, okay, that's not that big of a deal. There aren't that many freighters. But what do you do with the cargo that is what they call, this is a college word, and I never learned this, impracticable, not impractical, impracticable to screen, okay? Cargo that is virtually impossible to screen. I'll give you an example. Drums of petroleum, okay? If you try to screen a drum of petroleum, using a K9, which you can't use, but let's say technology, the machine's going to alert because those machines are programmed to detect explosives, right? So how do you screen airplane engines that routinely go on freighters for replacement or whatever? And so TSA, we came into TSA and we said to TSA one day, we said, okay, what are we going to do with these commodities? And TSA said, well, if you can't screen them, take them down to the boat dock and put them on a boat. That's just not going to work. That's just, I just looked at the administrator and said, that's not sustainable. And quite frankly, we're going to oppose you, not only here, but in Capitol Hill. And if we have to, we'll take you to court over this. So they're working this out with us now. And they came out with this thing called the Impracticable to Screen Amendment. And that allows us, with a lot of security, to get freight on these planes, okay? But it's ending in October. And TSA up to now has said to us, well, after October, then they could take it down to the boat dock. And we're like, no. So as shippers, if you're shipping this kind of cargo, feel free to talk to your freight forwarder. Feel free to call me in Washington, because there are some things we need to talk about, because there's not going to be a knight on a white horse galloping in at the end of October saying, we've changed our mind. They're very serious about this, but there is some relief in what they call the Certified Cargo Screening Program that I mentioned earlier, and you as shippers can be part of that. Now, granted, you're under TSA regulation, but it's important that you at least talk to your freight forwarder, talk to the Air Forwarders Association, talk to a lot of folks, but at least start investigating this, because you're not going to get away from it.
October will be here before we know it.
And October will be there before we know it, exactly. And then finally, let me just mention one other thing. Cyber issues. TSA now, the Department of Homeland Security, under which TSA is housed, requires us to have a cybersecurity coordinator in our offices. You have one at Ocean Air. There's someone in your facility 24/7 that is the cybersecurity person that is responsible for reporting cybersecurity incidents to the Department of Homeland Security. That's now part of the reg. So we're going to see a lot more of that, I think, going forward. And it's just the sign of the times. By the way, I'm not going to ask you, because I wouldn't expect you to tell me, but a lot of freight forwarders have been attacked with ransomware. Forward Air, big trucking company, they got attacked. Their CEO, Tom Schmidt, was at the JFK Air Cargo Expo last week and was telling us about what that experience was like. And it's no fun. And I'm sure there are people in this room have experienced that. Right, they tried. Yep.
Okay, so with the deployment of new security programs, arrival of new technology and new regulatory measures in the air cargo screening field, what progress can we expect to see with authorities' risk assessments, and what will be the resulting expectation for industry compliance?
Okay, so a lot of the cargo security regulations that we see today were adopted here in the United States, but they were simultaneously adopting their own overseas in Europe and in other countries. And so what's that mean? You have regulations at times that don't harmonize well. So we might be a little bit different than what the EU has. So the TSA has worked for this harmonization. So as an example, we have so we decided with TSA, after some of these terrorist incidents, especially the attempted, who remembers the attempted printer cartridge bombings of the UPS and FedEx planes? Well, we went to TSA and we sat down with them and said, hey, we like screening. We think screening is a good idea, but you also better know the people who are giving us the freight. So let's start running their names over the terrorist watch list to make sure they haven't picked up any bad hobbies over the weekend. And so we started to work with TSA, and they came up with this Air Cargo Advanced Screening Initiative. So when you send cargo into the United States, when it gets loaded, before it gets loaded actually, coming into the US, that information of that shipper gets sent in to Customs and Border Protection and the Department of Homeland Security. They do a quick brush and they say, okay, we'll let it into the country. That's happening now. Well, the European Union was slow, and so they have this new regime called they call it EU Blackie. don't ask your dentist about it, they won't know. But so it's the EU Preloading Advanced Cargo Initiative. And basically it's a similar thing, but here's the difference. And this is where harmonization's a big deal. With the US's regime, their program is the light's always green unless we turn red. So I said earlier, they give the go ahead, but basically they say our light's always green. We'll turn it red when we need to stop a shipment. The Europeans are different. The Europeans said the light's always red. You need to wait for us to turn it green. And that means you can't load your aircraft here in the United States until the EU is given its go ahead. It's coming, it's being phased in. They've had some delays. 13 European countries were not ready for this, but believe me, it's coming. So I think this is all the advanced data program, and we're going to see more of that. And more is going to come. But I think that the big issue right now is it's not safe for us not to be harmonized in our regulations, because when you're not harmonized, people get confused, mistakes happen, and that's a big concern.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with bilateral meetings taking place between major trading blocs and other states challenged with meeting Annex 17 requirements, do you see less harmonization across global markets for aviation security? And if so, how can industry best maintain global secure supply chains?
So more harmonization, because we're pressing TSA on that. By the way, TSA is frequently over in other countries. They have representatives in other countries. So they're working on this too, but we need to make sure that we continue pressing not only the TSA, but the different presidential administrations to, it's because the terrorists, they will exploit vulnerabilities. If we're fussing with China or we're fussing with other nations, we need to understand that the bad guys are looking at that and saying, oh, that's an opportunity for us. So if we stop talking to these other countries, right, we're all vulnerable. So I think that's a big issue. So, and of course, we got to keep the movement of commerce going. We're in the air freight bit. I know there are a lot of ocean people here today, and I love the ocean guys, they're great, but on the air cargo side, we sell time for a living. It's all about hours. And we can't have goods. There are machine parts, there are medical supplies, there are all kinds of things moving on these planes. And we can't afford to have regulations that are not streamlined that slow us up. Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the current airport and truck congestion problem.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, at most of the major airports throughout the United States and heck throughout the world, we had our trucks waiting online 6, 8, and 10, 12 hours on average, waiting to get access to cargo or to drop cargo off. And we did a survey. You guys answered it at Ocean Air. And it was basically, what do you think is causing this? And at first, it's easy to go, well, it's always easy to point a finger and say, that's the reason why this is happening. And I really learned a lot. So we had 400 responses, and we learned that it's labor. That's an issue. And it's labor because when someone goes and applies to work at a ground handler at an airport, and they're paid on the same pay scale as, let's say, McDonald's or Burger King, but they have to wait 4 to 6 weeks for a security credential because every airport does its own security credentialing, plus CBP has a piece of it too. It could be 4 to 6 weeks. Now, airports, I'm sure if Admiral, the guy from O'Hare, was sitting here, he'd say, no, we're 3 weeks. But the reality is we've seen big time delays. Well, they can't get people. So that's an issue. There's an infrastructure issue. Most of these airports have not seen a substantial cargo area infrastructure improvement in 50 years. So 50 years ago, you guys are young, so I'll tell you, 50 years ago, I don't think the 53-foot tractor trailer existed. Yet they're commonplace now, and they're in places like Chicago and JFK and Los Angeles, and they're clogging up the roadways. That's another issue. And of course, there's a lack of automation. Truckers are just showing up at handling facilities, hoping that their freight's available. So we need to leverage automation and whatnot. Now, we decided with the National Customs Brokers and Forwarders Association, we work very closely with NCBFA, and we decided, you know what? We got to get something done about this because this is going to happen again. The pandemic has come in and we learned a lot of lessons. It doesn't take a pandemic to have something like this recur. So as an example, I'll tell you something that will make it happen again. What if they go on strike on those West Coast ports? I mean, that could happen. Those talks are, I mean, there's not a lot of transparency, but we saw them closing down facilities on Friday. That's a warning shot across the bow, I believe. And I'm not an ocean guy. I'll ask Peter about that. But the reality is that if that happens, we can see a surge in air cargo again. And again, we're going to have this. So we are storming Capitol Hill. We've hired a lobbyist in Washington, along with NCBFA's lobbying people, and we are now hitting Capitol Hill. We did a 65-page white paper, along with a very handy-to-read executive summary, so you don't have to read the whole thing, but it's good reading. And if you want to see it, send me a note at befreed@airforwarders.org, and I'll be happy to share it with you. I think it's on our website and NCBFA's website too. And we are, as we speak, like as I was driving up here in the cab this afternoon, our lobbyist on the Hill was reporting on his meetings, and we're seeing a lot of interest. By the way, one of the things that we're encountering, if you are a freight forwarder, if you're an indirect air carrier, drop me a line because a lot of members of Congress want to go and visit an air freight forwarding facility. So maybe you and Ocean Air, maybe you'll have, yeah. So, and by the way, Ed Markey, who's a senator from Massachusetts, he was the architect behind the screening legislation, the 9/11 Recommendations Act. He is sponsoring some airport-related legislation, and sure enough, we're going to probably be working with his office on this too. So they might want to come and see your facility.
We have a new facility.
Good. So anyway, but the point is that they want to get more familiar. So we're asking Congress, listen, we need to put money into these airports, and we need to decide how they get that money, what they need, and that we're going to work. So we're asking for $3 to $5 billion. And we're going to do it through the FAA reauthorization legislation that's expected in the fall. But now I think we're focusing more on the appropriations packages that are going to be coming through, and we're looking to do a GAO study on it because there's no awareness on this. But and it's different because you talk to a member of Congress or a staffer or the common guy on the street, they think, well, everything's FedEx and UPS. They have their own closed systems, but that's not how the freight forwarders work. And by the way, FedEx and UPS, they have freight forwarding divisions now, so they're suffering just as badly when they use the commercial airlines.
Thank you. Can you tell us what an ITS amendment is?
Well, we just taught impractical to screen.
Okay.
But I want to urge everyone, please contact me if you have that freight, and go ask your freight forwarder or send me a note, and I'll get you up to speed on it. Important.
So that's all the questions that I have prepared. Does anybody in the audience have any questions?
John, yes.
When you look at the universe of container freight coming into the U.S., like
Ocean container?
24 million TEUs, how would you compare the universe of air freight, both in terms of volume and value, relative to that?
Probably 3 to 4% of the volume at most, and probably 40% of the volume, in terms as a whole. Air freight's a value play. It's, they're moving commodities because they're valuable. And so the value of an air freight shipment per shipment is usually could be very high and probably a lot more than ocean.
So 3 to 4 in terms of volume and 40% in terms of value?
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the numbers I've heard. We don't do a lot of studies on it, but we get what you get. And
well, the 3 to 4% in volume is just what I thought. The 40% is a little bit higher. I mean, I know it's a multiple of value.
well, yeah, I've heard numbers of 30%, but the reality is that, listen, they're not paying high air freight charges. I didn't say that, did I? I'm not. Our lawyers say I'm not supposed to say that. They don't pay an air freight the more generous air freight costs because that freight's not valuable, and so that's it's got to move. And it's when we saw 110 ships sitting off the port of Los Angeles and Long Beach. You should have seen what was going on at the airports. By the way, I mean, Jody, this was crazy. Let me tell you a little story. So as you all probably saw, during the pandemic, no one was flying anywhere. So the airlines, we came to the airlines and said, we'll take the planes and we'll start. If you won't let us put boxes in the seats, we'll use the bellies and we'll pay you for it. So let me give you an example. I was standing on the tarmac at Rockford International Airport, Rockford, 65 miles west of Chicago. And one of my members, who I was standing with that day, it was the third week of August last year, he had already chartered 150 airplanes coming in from Europe, just with the bellies full. United Airlines, during the pandemic, handled 20,000 of these flights. American handled about 15. Most airlines worldwide, that's what was going on with these planes. The ones that weren't parked in the desert, freight forwarders were contracting with the airlines to fly cargo in the bellies. And so here's what occurred. While all this congestion was happening at these airports that we were talking about, if you don't solve your problems, your competitors will solve them for you. That's what it's like in our business, right? Yeah. Most businesses are like that. And so sure enough, airports like Rockford, Rickenbacker, San Bernardino, Lakeland, Florida, places you probably would never even consider, started to become viable because these freight forwarders and the airlines could get their airplanes in and turn them around quickly and get them back out. I mean, I pointed to an airplane that was sitting there, an A340, big jet. And I said, what's going on with this guy? And he goes, he'll be back off to Hong Kong. He comes in every day from Hong Kong, offloads here, fuels up and goes back over, and he'll be back again tomorrow morning. So that was all managed by freight forwarders. So that's what we're seeing. And that's why, this has got to be, and who lost? The major, JFK lost, Chicago lost, Los Angeles lost, the typical gateways. Yeah. So we'll see more of that. So let me just talk about one other thing. Before we go, that one question back there, I'll get to you. There's something else I didn't mention. And you guys, by the way, I just came up for the afternoon. I'm flying back tonight. And by the way, Karen, great conference again. Always, you guys are a well-oiled machine here. I think you all had something on environmental sustainability. That's a big deal now. And why is it? It's not the freight forwarders who are driving this. It's your customers. They're probably coming to you and saying, what are you doing about this? So, IATA, the International Air Transport Association, I went to a meeting of theirs 2 years ago in Boston. As I'm walking in, I look up and Willie Walsh, who's the Secretary General of IATA, he has now promised that the airline industry will go carbon neutral by 2050. That's a big deal. I mean, they are the worst offenders of carbon, the highest carbon footprint. So by 2050, so now they're going to do, how they're going to do it? Through sustainable aviation fuel. Do you know how much sustainable aviation fuel is? Like per gallon, it's huge. It's a big amount. It's like double the cost. but at the same time, there's only like not even 2% that could fill the capacity now. So we got a lot of work to do. But this is a big deal now, and you as shippers are asking the freight forwarders, and so we're trying to figure out ways to do that. And that's why we have an environmental sustainability committee at the Air Forwarders Association. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lindsay Baird, CEO of Unitrans Worldwide. I'm curious to your thoughts with all the ocean lines are starting to get into air cargo. You have CMA, you got Maersk. Do you see that trend to continue?
Yeah,
and are the volumes in this environment, are they justifiable?
So I would say that it's a big bus. Everyone was welcome. But I would tell those folks that you're not going to see, and I go to what John was talking about earlier. I don't think you're going to see that kind of maritime profitability for some time to come. But they've got so much money now in their pockets that they figure, okay, let's go into air freight. Makes sense. And a lot of them probably are going to try to leverage their customer base. I would tell you that I've had 2 of them contact me and want to know which one of our members can help them put freight on their planes, which is fine. I mean, we need the lift, we need the capacity, obviously. And I think you're going to see more of it. I mean, Maersk bought Senator International. They bought Pilot Freight, big member of ours, out of Philadelphia. And, you know, they're in the business for good. But I would tell you that those boards of directors in those ocean shipping companies better get used to the types of costs that are associated with running air freight, running freighters. Because those things that are strapped to the wings of planes, those are not engines, those are money to noise converters. And let me tell you, you throw a lot of money, it costs a lot of money to run an airplane. I don't think those boards are ready for the type of money that they're going to see going out the door. Hope they have the volume for it. But it's a big bus, we welcome them, and we encourage them to join the Air Forwarders Association. Other questions?
Any other questions? I think everybody might be hungry.
I think everyone's hungry, and I wouldn't blame them. And I'm probably the one standing between them and the bar, and I don't want to do that. So I appreciate you having me tonight. Thank you so much.